Cornwall, feast your ears and eyes. You've just departed England. Aren't you surprised? You've crossed the mighty Tamar, and now you're over here. But this isn't England, let's get that very clear. See the fields and hedgerows, hear the way we talk. Those are cliffs of granite, not of bloody chalk. Mine stacks on the hilltops, fishing boats at sea. If you think that you're in England, then listen here to me. This isn't England, you stupid twit. This land is Cornwall, we're proud of it. It's part of Britain and the UK. But this isn't England, let's get that straight, okay? Have a proper pasty and some clotted cream. Have a jar of scrumpy, you see what we mean. It's like a different country, you say if you're not dull. Well, that's what we're trying to drive into your skull. Here comes a sunburned Yankee from the USA. He's touring Merry England in his Chevrolet. He's crossed o'er the Tamar, but he doesn't know. He thinks he's still in England 'cause the guidebook tells him so. This isn't England, no, not a bit. This land is Cornwall, we're proud of it. It's part of Britain and the UK. But this isn't England, no matter what they say. We had a mighty country, we had a mighty king. We had a lovely language, we had everything. We had farms and fishing, and the tin mines too. Now all we've got is sod, oh no thanks to you, no who. Here come the English emmets, they're all swarming down to jam us up with traffic in every lane in town.
How quaint are the people, how sweet is the scene.
Well, we're all bloody starving, go tell that to your queen. This isn't England, you silly git. This land is Cornwall, we're proud of it. It's part of Britain and the UK. But this isn't England, that's up the other way. Some say that we're silly to love our ancient land, but we're in deadly earnest, please try to understand. You've lined your English pockets with our Cornish gold. Now we're reclaiming the land you bought and sold. So while we're up here singing the chorus of this song, please don't sit there silent, won't you sing along? We will not keep quiet, we won't go away. We are the Cornish, we're in the fight to stay. This isn't England, you must admit. This land is Cornwall, we're proud of it. It's part of Britain and the UK. But this isn't England, there's nothing more to say.
There, did you like that? Testing, 1, 2, 3. It was all right. Loud and clear. Cheers 'em. I could eat a pasta, yeah. I could always send you a box up, Spike. At least it wasn't too cheesy. I could have done Trelawney's Army, Michael. Yeah, Phil's pasta's doing Spike. They do them in a box and then they deliver them. You can either have them cooked and then you reheat them, or you can have them, made and then like you finish them off in the oven. You put them in the oven and cook them. Proper tasters. What is the cunning plan? I don't know what the cunning plan is. Well, how many's at home now, Spike? Two or 3.5? Three and a half. So that's 3 large pastas and a pixie pasta then. I can sort that out for you, mate. No worries. Where's my Michael? Michael! What's day? It's Sunday today, isn't it? You still bloody eating? Fucking hell, you only had a bit of sweet and sour. You're chasing peas around the plate, yeah? He's some slow eater, he is. I had fucking KFC. Couldn't be bothered to cook. Kitchen's too clean. I didn't want to make the kitchen messy. Wow. What are we getting ourselves into? Got no money for the English. Paying extortionate rates on everything else. But managing to send Al Jilani. It's 50 million here, 12 million here. Then just yesterday, was it yesterday or Friday? Friday. Oh, Starmer sends Jelani £389 million. £389 million to Al Jilani. Al Qaeda. Terrorist. Was going around Syria chopping people up. But at the same time as sending 389 million, what else did we do? We teamed up with France, and off we flew to Palmyra, the famous Palmyra. That was where the Tower of Baal was, wasn't it? Tower of Baal. The Palmyra Arch. The one that they rebuilt in Trafalgar Square. And took it around the world, didn't they? Went in America. It was supposed to go to America first, but it came to England first because America had something else going on. Yep, that's the one. Yep, we went and bombed Palmyra with France. $389 million plus we'll fly. But they said that it's probably ISIS or Daesh storing weapons in the tunnels of Palmyra. Yeah, that's right, Spike. Yeah. I thought it was all a bit strange at the time, you know, why they want the entrance to the Tower of Baal, you know, for the Baal worship. We all know worship Baal, don't we? Sacrificing children. But before ISIS pulled out of Palmyra, we got them to blow it up, didn't we? Yeah, parts of it still remain. The arch is still there. I think they've repaired it, but everything else there is pretty much flattened, isn't it? When they were images may be subject to copyright. You're not very very nice, are you? That'd be it. Think all those years ago. Oh, where's that one? That's in Geneva. That's a replica in Geneva. Some big chair there as well, isn't there? Bit of difference, isn't there? Oh, Maverick. Bit of difference, isn't there? What they made all those years ago to what they can make nowadays. Way. Move. Bit of difference. Can't build like we ought to, can we? Oh, no, my mouse just ran out of battery. That ain't very good, is it? Because it always works when it's plugged in. Where's the Where's the bombing? I reckon I know why they wanted Maduro. Trump was fed up because Maduro isn't on the list. Maduro not on the Epstein list. Bloop. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. I can hear hissing. I can still hear hissing. Why aren't you speaking? No, you're muted. You're unmuted. What's going on with your mic? Oh, he got technical difficulties. I think somebody else has got technical difficulties as well. Has weapons of mass destruction. 2003. 2025. Venezuela's drugs. Don't forget the machine guns. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. What's going on, Michael? What are you doing? See if he gets his mic working. What's he doing? Is it Michael or is it me? Can you still hear me? Just chat. Chat looks like it's frozen as well. Testing, testing. Can anybody hear me? Hello, 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 hello. Don't all answer at once, like. Doink.
Hello.
Oh, you got it working, lad.
Oh, fucking hell. Oh. I don't know what
Sam.
shit was wrong with that.
All right, Sam the cat says meow.
Oh, does he?
Mm.
Oh.
He, she, I don't know. Sam. I don't know.
Hiya, Spike. Hiya, Mav. Whoever else is in there. I think Libertarian's in there.
I didn't know whether I was broken or whether it was you broken.
No, it's me. For some reason, it's doing this. Just like I uninstalled all the software to do with it because it kept trying to fucking update and all that lot, and it was just going in a continuous fucking circle.
Oh, it's Reese. Hello, Reese.
Oh, is it? Hello, Reese.
Yeah.
Sam the cat.
Mm.
Ah.
Wow. What do you know?
Wow. Where'd you start?
I don't know.
Yeah, Happy New Year, Reese.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
It's mental, isn't it? They're giving away all these millions and millions and millions and millions of pounds to these countries. Then they're going in bombing it. So are they giving them money to rebuild it before they bomb it?
Well, I don't know. Or are they just money laundering?
Well, that's the big question, isn't it?
Mm.
But they're certainly not short of a few. But they must have some money trees at number 10.
Well, I mean, Kemi, you know, like leading up to Christmas, she was on about the way Labour's going on. We're going to have to borrow money off the IMF again, and that'll cripple us.
Well, stop giving it away, and you won't have to borrow, will you?
50 million here, 10 million there, 389 million. Why? How come they give them 50 million or they give them 12 million the other, like, couple of months ago? Then they gave them 50 million. Now they've given them 389 million.
Yeah.
But they can go around chopping up and ending lives of Christians.
Yeah.
And the Druze.
Yeah.
And anybody else that they don't like.
Yeah.
Or shoot a couple of Americans. Well, the Americans shouldn't have been there in the first place.
No.
And then Trump had a little cry about it, didn't he?
Yeah, but something bigger is going to kick off in the next few days, isn't it?
Oh, it's going to go mental. It's going to be World War III with fucking America, Israel, and Iran.
Mm.
Netanyahu had meetings earlier on.
Yeah.
Saying that Iran's got 400 kilograms of, is it 400 kilograms? I can't remember how many kilograms it was. Was it 400 kilograms? Where's the, where did I save it to? Where's Satan Yahoo? Yeah, Satan. Isaiah, where's Satan gone? Yeah, Satan. 400 kilograms of enriched materials must be removed from Iran. There must be strict and genuine oversight of all nuclear sites, otherwise we will intervene and remove them in our own way. Well,
we know what that means.
We had 10 planes, I don't know how many helicopters come. What are those funny helicopters called?
Ospreys.
Yeah, but I can't remember what their other name is. Yeah. CV-22Bs, Ospreys.
That's it.
We had a couple of them arrive in what's it called? RAF Fairford.
Prize Norton.
Yeah, no, they arrived in Fairford, and what's that stupid refueling plane called again?
KC-135.
Yeah, because the other one they've done away with now, haven't they?
Yeah,
That's the KC-10, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah, the 135 is the big Strato Fortress.
Yeah, that's it, Strato Force.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cheers, Garrett.
About the size of 2 football pitches across the wings.
Yeah.
Huge.
So we had God, did I not save them in here?
Now they're now Ospreys. Now they're normally ferried around for carrying dignitaries and stuff, aren't they?
Yeah.
So what the fuck's going on?
Because we had loads of Ospreys, or we had a few Ospreys here on the G7.
Yeah. Yeah. So
There they are. They're the Ospreys.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got 2 of them flying around.
Yeah.
Now they put them in the big planes, what do they call it? The DC-10s, are they?
Oh no, that's them. What do you call it? Oh.
Where did I save them to?
Globemaster, isn't it?
Yeah, Globemaster.
Or it could be the C5 Galaxies.
Oh, there's all those pictures of Maduro there. Maduro. Unbelievable. I'll go through them in a minute. Oh, there's old Trump. All right, Dave. Yeah, C-17s, there they are.
Yeah.
Right, now these C-17s, they must, I don't know, Spike will know.
Yeah.
Because they're able to refuel.
Yeah.
But normally they have a cone on the front and fuel through the front, don't they? So they must fuel a different way.
I think they fuel from above the cockpit. I think you'll find there's a hatch in there.
What, up there?
No, up above the cockpit.
What are you calling the cockpit?
Well, where they drive it.
Yeah, I'm putting up there, look. There's a big triangle there, look.
Yeah, there's a hatch there somewhere.
Yeah, there, look.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who's claiming to be in our what's it called? Hello?
All right.
Yeah, you?
Yeah, there's a big triangle right on the front there that you.
Yeah, no. There, I said there. I got my mouse up.
Yeah, but
Green mouse.
What is that?
I think that's where they refuel it.
Which one? The one that you're putting at now? What's the white one at the front for?
That's just a hazard warning, isn't it?
What's it warning? There's already a big fucking plane in your way.
Yes, in case birds can't see it, it's just telling the birds there's a big plane coming.
They get sucked in. They can get sucked in the 4 holes, but we'll put hazard warning, like a hazard warning triangle up there or something, Or
Yeah.
please refuel here.
You know why it's there, don't you?
It's America. What do you expect?
That's so as they don't dirty the windscreen.
Yeah. It probably says, do not step on glass.
It's in keeping with the European health and safety regimes.
So apparently we had 10 of them arrive today and 2 arrived in Germany. Or maybe 8 came here and 2 went to Germany. So any day now, Yankee Danky Doodle Orange Man is going to, you know, bomb Iran.
If you didn't see that coming, you're mental.
Well, no, I did see it coming.
Yeah. He's just been looking. It's under what guise? That's all it's been.
Hang on a minute. Is Dave asking if Garrett's Steve's mountain man? Because he isn't. You wouldn't have mountain man in here if we just paid to, would we?
No. Mountain Man. Eh?
How many people that you message on Twitter is actually quite embarrassing.
On Twitter? That's not Twitter, that's Telegram.
That's even worse.
Well, you got to keep up with world politics, haven't you?
But
You're not asking about how many messages on Bebo and Plenty of Fish.
What's Bebo?
What's Bebo? What's Plenty of Fish? Oh, my mate had Plenty of Fish.
Oh, I know what.
He met a girl on Plenty of Fish. Yeah, not last year, the year before. Yeah, and he rang me up. He said, "Can you do me a favour? Can you come and pick me up at the beach?" Oh, which beach? So he said, "Par Beach." I said, "How the fuck do I get into Par Beach?" So anyway, I said, "Yeah, all right, I'll pick you up." Oh no, man! No, he had smelly fingers, man.
Did he?
He met a girl on Plenty of Fish and then came back, asked me for a lift back and had smelly fingers. I told him before you get in the car, you can go and wash your fucking hands in the sea. Get out! Coming in my car.
That's turned the conversation a bit, isn't it?
Yeah, it did, didn't it? Let's get back to Iran.
Yeah,
Get back to Iran.
yeah, Zara was talking about little triangles.
I didn't listen to any of that, by the way. He had to go and do something. But yeah. I don't feel like I've missed anything, so I'm alright.
Yeah.
I had Par Beach. Do you know what? There is somewhere in St. Helens called Par, which is P-A-R-R, and it's basically a local council estate shithole where people go to die or if they're on drugs, right? It's really a low area. And there's a pizza place called Barbados, which I found the funniest thing in my entire life. I don't know why. Because Par is like low scum area. They were like Barbados. So he was like, "There's only 2 places open, Mum. One is this and one is Barbados." I couldn't stop laughing. I was like, "Yeah, we're not ordering from there."
Wow.
You're supposed to laugh, not fucking wow. It's funny. It's a weird play.
Barbados.
So what do you think? What do you think of Maduro?
Being kidnapped.
Maduro, Putin, and Xi Jinping having an audacious plan on the 23rd of December.
What was the plan? Not heard about this.
Yeah, it's 840 tons, I think it was,
Of
silver.
Good for them. Was it from their country?
In Venezuela.
Yeah, from going to where?
And it flew. Some of it flew to Russia. I think 3 places in Russia under some proxy accounts.
Yeah, under different guises.
Yeah, some of it flew to China. Well, China used to do all the smelting anyway for Venezuela, right? Because they send the
yeah, naturally. Yeah.
Well, the gold, when they mine the gold, it's like it can be 70% gold and then 30% silver. Right. So it goes to China for smelting. Right. So that all went to, I can't remember what they call it. They call the ore. They call it, it's got a funny name.
Yeah.
What do they call it?
I should know this. I literally should know this, shouldn't I? But
Yeah. I know what it is, but I can't think of what it's called. Oh, it's got a silly name.
Electrum.
No. Oh, what's this silly bloody thing called?
it's called crushing ore, isn't it?
No. They put it into a bar and the bar's got a funny name. But the bar's got gold, silver, and other precious metals in it.
Door bars.
That's a door bar, something like that, yeah.
It's called the Miller process. I'm only reading it off Google now. It's an electrolysis Wilhelm process to reach 99.99% purity before being poured into molds and stamped as investment grade bullion bars. But,
well, all the bars that they lifted were already smelted into, and it was already in the vaults in Venezuela.
So it's got to have been already pre-processed.
Yeah, pre-processed, even in Society X. Happy New Year.
It's
Hi,
Jamie. Here. Jamie, you pissed me off the other day because, and I know you sit back as a host and you let other people have their opinions, but Jesus Christ, I could only listen to about 3 minutes I managed, because the things that they were saying were just completely untrue and unfounded. Honest to God. And I know you've got to listen to the other side, but when you're listening to people all agreeing with each other and patting each other on the back with completely unfounded fallacies, I just wanted to punch everybody in the face. So I had to go for my own mental health. Well, Happy New Year, Jamie. I've been awake for 96. Gypsy Dave, I've been very poorly, actually. I've been asleep for over 36 hours. So you can talk away as much as you want.
So Venezuela went completely dark on the 23rd of December. Right. And they reported that they had an electrical blackout and declared an emergency. Now, in that time, the Russian Antonovs, AN-124s, they flew into Venezuela, and 2 Chinese registered Costco shipping aircraft, which is state-owned by China, they flew in. But they disappeared from radar as soon as they took off. But there was 850 tons of silver in the Federal Reserve for Venezuela, and they loaded 847 tons and left 3 tons behind, which then that spiked silver prices. Those are stupid photographs. Silver went up to
Silver spiked not long ago, but everybody said it would. But then it always, what goes up must come down. So It's
Well, no, it hasn't. It hasn't. Well,
it started to come down. It has started to come down. It really
no,
has.
no, it hasn't.
It has. Only minusculely, but you know that's when it's on a depreciation level. And yes, it's inevitable what's going to happen. But I think it's more stable than gold ever has been right now. I'll be honest, and it's more stable than it has been for the past 5 years. But it depends if you're looking at it at a 5 years level or a 10-year level. So
silver peaked at $82.77.
Why are you looking at it in dollars?
Because it's traded in dollars in the American Stock Exchange.
So why aren't you looking at the British stock market?
Well, that's about £57.
There you go. Well, look there. It's probably more applicable to people here.
So in December 2025, the price of silver reached a historic all-time high of approximately £83.90 per ounce. On December 28th, during what they call Ghost Week now, they're calling it Ghost Week, the price was of $82.77, was one of the record levels achieved. And they had to calm the markets down. They had to stop people buying. And they put a high ceiling cap, so you could only buy silver like something like 12 million. So only the big boys could actually buy it because they haven't actually got the silver reserves. They've got silver reserves on paper, but they haven't actually got physical silver.
I know I wouldn't say they put a cap on it, but they did put a reservation. That's how they worded it, and said that you couldn't buy any more to certain people.
Yeah, it was only the big boys, and I think they put a price cap of it of something like 12 million on it.
Well, it weren't me, but it's people that I knew, and they said there was a reservation held, and said you can't buy any further until further notice. It wasn't mentioned. It wasn't worded, as a cap. Really wasn't, because it probably didn't want to displace, put anybody's nose out of joint. But it was called a reservation. I know that one for sure.
Yeah. So Venezuela declared a national mining emergency. And in that 72-hour blackout, they started moving all the silver out. Strike prices went from $73 to $77 to $82. On the day of the blackout, it was $73.40. 2 days later, it peaked at $82.77. And then 11 days later, so they've worked it out now. Putin and China have worked it out now. It takes America 11 days to work it out, because then the US then launched Operation Absolute Resolve. Even though Trump got the fucking name wrong on his interview today, he called it the same operation as the operation they did in June in Iran. I tell you, he's going senile, that bloke is. So, like, we all been looking at regime change and oil. I mean, but the oil's crashing the petrodollar anyway. And, like, BRICS nations, they're all using gold back, silver back, oil back, but they're all trading in yuan or yen or whatever the hell it's called. And ruble. sent $3 at 54 at. I don't know what that means, Di. Hello, Di. Hello, Futoi.
Hello, food toy.
Right, food time. So I did listen to you last night, Smiler. What was
Hey?
it? I did listen to you last night.
All right.
I was in and out of a fever. I wasn't burning up.
Quite interesting last night, wasn't
It was good.
Oh, I got loads of stuff to show tonight as well.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm more interested in. So I was about you get straight into it.
Oh, what about the de-dollarization?
I was about you to show what you're going to show.
What?
Just show what you're going to show, or talk about what you're going to talk about.
I mean, Jamie would be pleased. I got a tenner donation last night. It's worth £13.85. Yeah, I got two £5 donations, and YouTube come up when I finished the stream. It went £13.85 in donations, and I was like, "Huh?"
Highlight Jamie's LOL, please.
Lol.
Jamie's happy for you. There you
Yeah.
go.
It's like, how did that work?
Weird, isn't it?
So at the moment, the pound's worth $1.35 against the $1.35. £1 equals to $1.35 at the moment. You have to go live. You have to go live, Jamie, and get those donos in.
It's an American company. I forgot about that. It's based in California, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Bloody hell! I forgot about that. Oh my gosh. Jamie, get them in now. You need to tickle Uber's gooch right now.
So the time they take their 30%, you see, you ain't that bad off, really.
You grifted little bastards. I swear.
Yeah, bring back the $2. We won't have that for a long time, will we?
That was the euro. Do you remember when the euro was €2 to £1? And that's my mum moved to Spain, and she was like living like a queen. I was like, yeah.
Zlotys about $4.95 at the moment.
To what? To £1?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I only learned what a zloty was from you. Didn't a little bit dumb when it comes to geographical shit. I know about countries, but not about the monetary system. Where's the weirdest place that you've ever travelled to, Michael?
Weymouth.
What currency do they use there?
No, I've been to Belgium, France.
Have you ever tried the fish and chips in Belgium? My God.
Nixie. Shineborn.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried it? It's like
Yeah.
soggy fish.
Yeah.
Soggy fish. It's
Yeah.
not crispy or fried.
No.
It's not actual fish. Not like we know it.
Steve, Shineborn.
Have a good one, Jamie.
Sworn in as president in Mexico. 99% Catholic country, and they got a Jewish president.
Where's this?
Mexico.
Oh yeah. Where was the other place? You know, I watched because of you.
Argentina. You got Miley in Argentina, and he's just sold Argentina away to America, and it won't out to Israel now, and signing the Isaac Accords.
I watched something about Erica Kirk. Who is Erica Kirk? You remember,
yeah, and you, Jamie.
I remember you saying in passing, yeah, but you don't know about Erica Kirk. And I've been waiting and waiting for you to do something on her. But I thought, no, look it up yourself. And then it just happened to come up, on my feed. And they were like, who is Erica Kirk? I watched 2.5 hours on it before I fell asleep. Oh my God. She's assigned to that angels, bloody Roman angels and child
Romania Angels, yeah.
Oh my
God! I've covered all this.
Yeah, but you always say, "Oh, I've played all this," but if I don't see it, I don't know. Play it again.
I covered all this. Whoa!
Right after too busy rowing on other channels, Ara, when he done it.
Right after
You're probably watching me.
Right after they assassinated Charlie.
Yeah.
Pardon.
And you've now got to be very careful what you are saying about it.
I don't think so. I think there's that many people calling it out now.
No, it's all called out originally, but they slowed it all down a hell of a lot since because they're being warned.
No. I think if you look, my kids actually showed me something. So if my kids show me stuff on TikTok saying, look at this, Mum, there's the 5 stages of grief. They go, the 6th one is merch. And Erica Kirk throwing out merch. And like stuff like that. Everyone's taking the piss out of Erica Kirk. So no, it's not being slowed down at all.
Yeah, that's
We're
on
just
TikTok.
Not up on it.
On here, you've got to be careful.
Why?
They've already been warning people.
Well, if it's come up on my feed, I don't think it is. Still on here. Oh. And the last one I watched was 749,000 views. So yeah, I don't think it's being taken down. Maybe if you're being serious, but they were quite serious about what they were saying, to be fair.
Well, I showed all the history. I showed everything.
Yeah, and he's not.
I showed all the mafioso family.
What when people say be careful? What are we being careful of? What? So your whole channel gets taken down, so you start a new one. So what? Like, what are you being scared of? There's bigger people talking about exactly the same thing. What are you being scared of? You're perpetuating the fear. You saying that shit. That's what does my head in.
You're going to put me over your knee?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Shine bombs next, isn't he? Well, you got Iran next. Then he's threatening shine bomb, which I don't understand because she was installed by Israel. Then he's going after Cuba. Yeah, the man that's going to not have any wars. He's not gonna be, doing any coups. He's not going to be running any other country's governments. He's doing a good job at the moment, isn't he? 7 wars. Or 7 bombings.
About 4.5 hours, all right, Sarah?
What, love? Sorry.
I said I'll be there in about 4.5 hours.
Deal.
Yeah. She said she's on her last strike for posting Israel stuff. Oh.
Who's she talking about?
I don't
know. There is.
Oh,
who's on the last strike?
Who's on the last strike?
They won't strike. What's she called?
I think she's talking about me again, where she goes a bit mad and everything's about me. Like, I'm not being funny. When do you see me do stuff about Israel? You don't. So, yeah. Shut up, Nixie. I've heard enough. Catch later when this piece of shit ain't on the panel. Well, fuck off, Nixie. Nobody asked you to be here. These were my mates before yours. I was about you go and fuck yourself. Find somewhere that you didn't find from me or off the back.
How do you chill out? Fucking hell. Just the pair of you chill out.
What do you mean the pair of me? I haven't come up here attacking her, have I? Or talking about her. Calling her a piece of shit. I haven't called her or made any false allegations about her. So don't tell us to both chill out. All I'm saying is go and fuck yourself. I don't care. That's it. I'm allowed to respond. It's always about that. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Nobody cares. Off your pop. See you later, Big Fod. Big Fod, no brains.
Have you finished?
Go. Nearly. I'll tell you when I've finished. I'll say the end. Come on, what were you saying? I wasn't actually listening to that.
I didn't say anything.
He did. Yeah. Smilers never smoke. Never spoke. Not spoke. My throat's bad, you know.
Yeah. Let us know when you get to almost to the end, Zara.
Yeah. I'll let you know when I've nearly finished. I'll say, oh, yeah. Michael.
Yeah.
That's it.
And I'll get ready with one of these, all right?
Right, go on then. Michael, I'm nearly done. I'm nearly done. Nearly there. That's exactly what I need in my life. If people actually don't see what's going on with Venezuela, I don't know how to help you now at this point. You know what I heard? I went from yours, watching yours, flicked over into Jamie's. You know Luke, don't you? Obviously, Smiler.
Yeah, Luke. Yeah.
Luke was saying that Netanyahu was a war hero, not a warlord. He was he's a war hero. And I had to turn it off because I was so frustrated. And I was just like, I can't. Is anybody going to counteract this? Nobody said anything. And I just thought, I can't listen to this anymore. And I know Jamie doesn't agree. But sometimes being a host in the middle, you've got to pipe up. Got to.
There you go, Steve. You can post some links if you want. Big Daddy Vega.
Is Vega in the building?
Vega's in the house. I don't know where it is in.
He's not.
He is?
He's not. Can't see him in the chat.
Big Daddy Vega.
Big Daddy Vega.
Vincent!
Hello, Michael, my friend.
How are you, mate? Happy New Year.
Thank you very much. I only came up for you, Michael.
Happy New Year, fella.
I wouldn't have come up if it was just these pair of fucking rascals. Rascals. As they say in Cornwall. I couldn't do Cornwall in a Cornish accent. I can't. You can't do it. The rascals. Tractor. Say Cornwall in a Cornish accent, Zara. You're good at accents.
Down here in Cornwall.
Yeah, you have to say it normal, don't you? Well, Netanyahu is a war hero in many people's eyes, Zara, just because he's not in your eyes, but he is for many, should I say Jewish people? Should I say for many people who support him?
I would say Zionists, Vega. I would say Zionists.
Well, we've discussed this before, Mr. Smiler, about your version of Zionist. You bag them all in together and think Zionists are the little hat fucking scrawny haired fuckers that are trying to fuck the world over with mass immigration from Nigeria.
Look, but I can call them Zionists because Zionists actually hate Jews. Zionists actually use Jews. They persecute Jews. Yeah, well, it's all bullshit, right? And old Ben Gurion used Jews, used the suffering of Jews as what he called, in inverted commas, the lever. Yeah, and when there were 7 countries, that stepped forward, right, and said they will take the Ashkenazi Jews, they will rescue the Jews, from Russia as well. But then Russia created the Oblast, which is bigger than Tel Aviv. It's bigger than Israel. It's the Russian blast, where the Jewish people are supposed
Is
to
this a
live.
long story, Smiler?
No, but it's factual, Vincent. So you need to go and check your facts. I can
I
show
know,
you
but
the
I'm
facts.
trying to say something. I'm going to forget it by the
Go
time
on,
you're
say
finished.
it. Go on, say it. Go on.
Well, I was going to say, name me a moment in time when a ruler or a governing body hasn't used its people
Come
to
on.
its own aims. Come on, Smiley, you're not that fucking daft, are you? Everybody does it. Parents do it with children. Children do it with parents when the parents get older. See, it's how the world works, you know. And Netanyahu is doing very much the same. But as we've discussed before, Smiler, the original aim of the Zionists was merely to protect everything to do with the Jewish world community, Judaism.
No, it hasn't anything to do with it.
Hold on, Smiler, stop. Smiler, stop. Contain yourself, man. What happened was, it could have been bastardized. You don't know, and I don't know. You're merely speculating. I'm merely speculating that it didn't. What I'm happy to agree on is that there are some fucking filthy little hats somewhere doing skullduggery. Whether I have to call them a Zionist or not is another matter. Whether you do, I can say, well, it's not necessarily the Zionists.
Who was Herzl? Who was Ben Gurion?
Well, I know these names, and I know they were all leaders of Israel at one point. Ben Gurion was his son.
Herzl died before they actually got Israel. He thought that all the Jews were going to go to Uganda.
Isn't Ben Gurion's son a politician now in Israel?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, and they've there's quite a lot of shit named after him, but he was a little scabbard himself.
Scabbard.
So if you actually go and read David Ben Gurion's book, yeah, David Ben Gurion writes it all down in his book, right? And it was all in the newspapers. It was all in and the Zionists. It was the Jews boycotted Germany. The Zionists didn't boycott Germany, right? And that's all factual. Vincent.
Well, hold on, because the Zionist movement wasn't really established until after the war. Zionism existed before, but the actual party, the movement, or the whether they made some.
The Zionist movement was 1800s.
There you go. Can I just quash that and give you a little rebuttal? Because the Zionist movement was the beginning of Judaism. Judaic system was.
No, it doesn't go that far back, Zara. Good Christ, it doesn't go back as far as Judaism.
So stop, and I can prove it.
Stop. Wait there.
Stop, because it's my chance for rebuttal. So you don't get to intercede on my chance for rebuttal. You can rebut my rebuttal in a moment.
One part of Zionism is to ensure that what happened in Germany during World War II cannot happen again.
About one part of history. I'm talking about another.
Look, hold on, girl, lady, Mrs. What we can do is control this conversation. I am a boy.
How's about I speak and make my point, and then you
speak
and make your
maybe,
point.
as I stated, maybe Zionism or the word existed, but the actual movement. No, he's not going to mute me just because you got a pair of tits, Zara. Fuck off.
I didn't say mute you. I said because I was talking. You made a point and said, "Can I rebut it?" And I started, and you interjected. You have lack of self-control.
Yeah.
You're that frontal cortex.
Right, the Zionist movement actually started 1897, Vega.
Thank you. Well done.
The first conference was in Basel, Switzerland in 1897.
That's when it was made public. That's when it was made public.
Yeah.
Of course you have. You're an Eastern European shill.
No.
You're the biggest shill that's been put in our YouTube corner ever.
No.
I swear to God, what we need to do is get a pitchfork
Herzl was
Okay, hold on.
Herzl was shouting about Zionism in the 1880s. Yeah, and the protocols and the elders of Zion was well before that.
Yeah, okay. So I'm on Wikipedia, and I know this is going to be a conflicting view. So the first sentence on Wikipedia, sorry, I've got hiccups, I've just eaten. Zionism is an ethno-cultural nationalist movement that emerged in the late 19th century.
Yeah, 1800s, which is the 19th century, you dickhead.
1897. 1897 was the first. 1837. 1897 was the first Zionist Congress in Basel, Switzerland. Right, they were supposed to hold it somewhere else, but due to due to troubles and escalations, they went to Basel, Switzerland instead.
Retard! Can't believe you just said that. Clip that. Somebody clip that. I'm going to make a load of clips of Vega sounding dumb.
You're going to struggle there, Zara.
No, I'm not.
I'll just post clips of you desperately attempting to sound as clever as possible so that you sound dumb.
Yep. Yeah, go on then. Enjoy your time off.
I'm sticking to my guns here. I'm looking through this for how I understand it.
Show that piece of the Masonic Lodge that accidentally got posted on Turkish TV. Show that and tell me that Zionism was not fucking thrown about. Are you mad?
Right, originally in the 1880s, right, it was called Lovers of Zion, which was created by Hoover v. Zion.
I'm at that bit now. That's why I'm singing. Like a lion in Zion.
You don't get to sing that.
Oh, fuck off. Is it cultural appropriation?
It is.
Do you want me to sing some Bangladeshi fucking flip-flop tyre-making song?
You're only allowed to sing your own
my
music.
lord. I am wearing dreadlocks right now, Zara.
Songs only from Lancaster, sung by Laura Lou. Whoopie woo. A song.
Do you want me to give you a link? Do you want me to give you a link, Vega?
From the Mermaid.
Where you can go and research proper history.
No, it's not a case of proper history. What I said at the start was the actual Zionist movement really didn't take off until after the war, and it's kind
1947.
Yeah,
but then that was formed on terrorism. That was the Haganah, the Leahy.
Yeah, whichever way you want to look at it. Yeah, I'm not in support of Israel or Zionism here.
So when Germany started sending the Haganah ships, right? David Ben-Gurion went, they're too old. We only want young ones here so we can build our terrorist organizations up, right, and fight the British, yeah? So what they did is they blew up two ships. One was called the Patrice, and I can't remember what the other one was called, right, which had all the oldie-woldy Jews on it, you know, the wealthy Jews on it, and they blew up the two ships, sank them, right, because they only wanted young people going there. Right, and then when 7 countries said we'll take Jews in, yeah, England said we'll take 10,000 children. David Ben-Gurion said, "I'd rather see those 10,000 children perish than go to England."
Yeah.
And that was a big thing at the time, because I can't remember what the name of the Jew was, because he fought against, because he was removing children from the trains, and he never had no children himself, and he was removing children from the trains to send to England, to rescue them.
So let me ask you a question, Smiley. Try to contain yourself while I ask my question. It's probably going to take 2 seconds longer than you think it needs to take, so just bear with me.
Right, I'm listening. I'll put the kettle on there.
So you believe, so it says here that Zionism primarily seeks to establish and support a Jewish homeland through the colonization of Palestine, which roughly corresponds to the land of Israel in Judaism. Yeah. So taking that line as sort of read, are you trying to convince us that Zionism also includes the terrorist side of things? The poking
Oh, I thought you asked me a question. I was going to answer it.
The poking in everyone else's politics, the poking into everyone else's media. Do you believe that to be Zionism?
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, 100%.
I believe it to be wrong and fucking disgraceful, and I wish the little fuckers weren't doing it. But I don't consider that a part of Zionism, and that's where I think the confusion lies.
WEF, Israel. I'm telling you now, and mark my words, the capital of the WEF is going to be
Smiler,
Israel.
you've gone all high pitched. Did you catch your testicle? Did you catch your testicle on the way to the kettle?
No, I've got tight shorts on, so I don't catch it.
Oi! Is that any better? And I've got a sore throat, Vega. This actually hurting me to say this, you little prick. I'm saying less than I normally would.
I just don't link them together at all.
Well, yeah, but Vega, you're so propaganda, yeah, that Zionism is, the nationalist, the house for the Jew, the land for the Jew, yeah?
Maybe it is.
They were kicked out. They were kicked out of, if you want to call it Israel, but it wasn't. It was Judea and Samaria. They were kicked out of there twice. Yeah.
Let me ask. How many countries?
Temples.
How many countries in this world? How many countries so far?
They were kicked out of 100. They were kicked out of 115 countries.
246 forum recognised and one. Palestine not recognised at all.
Is recognised.
And now they're being kicked out of 15 countries. They're being kicked out of now.
109.
They're being kicked out of 15 countries now.
The Jews have been kicked out of 109 countries in history.
Yeah, and now they're being kicked out of another 15.
Right now.
124.
Name those 15 or as many as you can.
You fucking
God.
Why is your dog barking, fucking Smiler? Put it in the garden. Answer my question.
He hasn't got a dog.
What about you?
My dog doesn't bark anymore. You're mad.
I'm on about you.
My dog, he doesn't bark.
You yipping away.
Oh, that was a poor joke, wasn't it?
Do you remember those little dogs that you could get and you put batteries in it and you switch it on, it goes, walks forward about 4 steps and then goes, yip, 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 yip.
Listen, I'm sorry.
And then there's a backflip.
Comes at you with facts. I've not got a deep enough tone for you. My voice is quite sore, but hopefully I'll get as deep as you soon, you little prick. Listen, when I lose enough temper, I'm just going to really go for you, Vega, and I'm sorry. But it'll just be one of those things. I'm sure we'll get over it really quickly.
I don't think it'll.
Are you ready?
I don't think it'll make a Mark Zara. Yeah, go on then. List them. I'm interested.
Algeria, Bangladesh, Brunei, Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Lebanon, Libya, Malaysia, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Yemen. Recent additions is Maldives, Thailand. Who was the other one? Was it Spain? Yeah, was it Spain, Michael? I said they're now kicking them out.
And how are you quantifying them removing the Jews? Do you mean removing the American dollar, removing the federal bank? What?
No, nothing to do with the American dollar. Removing Jewish
holidaymakers, stopping Jewish holidaymakers coming to their countries.
Most of those
no Israeli passports are allowed to book a flight to those countries.
Yeah, but the problem is most of those countries are on the charity list for the US of A.
Spain. I don't think Spain is.
Well, I said most, Zara. You're going to
Yeah,
have to...
you said most. So
gonna
listen,
have
you
to-
always do this. You skate around and you make these vast, random statements that could
Well,
be...
Yemen is reliant on America for aid. Algeria is reliant. I can't remember.
Whether
many of
they're
them.
reliant or whether they're not reliant, they can still ban visitors to their country. The same as Trump. The same as Trump now. If you want to go to America, you've got to show 5 years social media history.
Is that right or wrong, Smiley?
Yeah, that's right. What should he be allowed to put that in?
Well, you said it was right. You meant
Well,
it was wrong.
it's a bit pedantic, isn't it?
Um,
If you haven't been doing terrorism, but you've been anti 4x2, why should that stop you going into America if you're anti 4x2? Well, because America's Israel first and not American first.
I agree with you, but aren't the rules a little bit stricter here? Or shouldn't you be concentrating on more the freedom of speech here?
Well, not if Israel have their way, because they're trying to get rid of the First Amendment at the moment in America.
What's the First Amendment, by the way?
Freedom of
Free
speech.
speech.
Well,
I don't think the Constitution is in any danger. The American
Well, I
Constitution.
mean, Trump's
It's unconstitutional.
Trump's chewed up and spat the Constitution out, hasn't he? And the Bill of Rights. He's breached the Bill of Rights and the Constitution.
I'm not sure where you get your information from, Smiler.
Well, just look at the way he's acting.
I don't
He's
think they're
doing
rewriting
things.
any-
He's doing things off his own back, without even contacting Congress, without even putting it before Congress. He's just doing things
Well,
off his own back.
American politics is very convenient because nothing goes without it going through Congress. Nothing goes without the opposing party voting on it. That's kind of it's a benefit to all of their bollocks, you know. You don't get to just pass bills in American politics. It's not like that. It's possible here. We have legislation and so on, but it's not possible there. It goes through a very strict machine before it's passed.
Right. Numerous scholars, legal scholars, courts and civil liberties organisations have asserted that Donald Trump's actions and policies have violated the US Constitution and the Bill of Rights.
Well, violated is different. Violation is different to actually rewriting the Constitution. It's like going against the rules. You haven't changed the rules, you've just gone against them. But in terms of actually passing something.
Urban, you're the fucking Urban, you're the
I knew you'd
lefty.
pick up on that.
He's the fucking lefty, the little
Just about
prick.
to say, get up, Urban. You can't.
He ran away last
circumnavigate.
night. He ran away last night when I showed him
Never.
fucking
He'd have been
proof.
busy.
He did.
He'd have been busy. He
Ran away.
I've decided Urban is far too much of an intellectual for you, Smiler.
Cessation and causation. Yeah, all right. He read something and it stuck in his mind and he keeps saying it over and over again, making himself think he's fucking educated.
There are many parts of American politics which are unconstitutional.
0.2%. Once transvestites.
Screaming, Rob. How you doing, Rob? I've never heard. I know Tyke. Is Tyke banned from here?
No, Tyke's not banned. He's working, isn't he?
Oh, is he? Good
Yeah,
man.
he only comes on when he's drunk.
We need that money for all the immigrants.
Well, yeah, I mean, we just paid 389 million to fucking Syria.
What's that money for?
Aiding Al-Jilani.
to rebuild the country?
Oh, I haven't got a clue. We given 50 million not long ago, 12 million not long ago before that. Now we're given 389 million. At the same time, we then went and bombed Palmyra.
That was years ago, Palmyra.
No, we've just bombed it. We just bombed it. We just bombed it on Friday or Saturday.
I thought they'd preserved quite a lot of that anyway.
No, we just bombed it again Friday or Saturday with the French. God, you don't know nothing, you?
Well, I've been away actually, but I don't really follow. I don't really follow the news, and I'm not signed up for all the fucking Facebook bullshit. And what's the other one that you're on to?
Telegram.
Telegram.
He likes Twitter and Telegram, doesn't he?
I don't even bother with Twitter, Zara.
I don't know how.
I got you on Twitter.
Given up on Twitter, have you? I've given up on it. I haven't bothered with it.
I thought that you could only use so many letters, so I never used it.
Clear.
What's this?
Why would they choose to bomb Palmyra now?
Apparently because ISIS had a load of weapons stored in tunnels in Palmyra.
Right.
Vega believes that straight away.
Well,
I think it's darker because Palmyra was the entrance to Baal.
See,
Right,
Zara
no.
makes up some wacky idea that I might have, and then he comes out with some wacky idea that's even wackier.
Half my chat will tell you about it, yeah?
Half my chat.
Vega, sorry.
We were talking about it earlier.
I love you. Like, I'm big up VDL. I'm like the head member of VDL, but
He's really showing his
Sorry.
ignorance tonight.
No, he likes to play devil's advocate, and that's what he's good at. But at the same time, you need to be up on the fucking news before you can do that, especially on this channel.
Are you saying I have failed with my lack of knowledge as
you've
to the
not
fact
done your
that
due diligence,
Palmyra
like,
is the gateway to hell and to Baal's living room? Is that what you're telling me? I am losing points because I didn't know that.
You've not done
Well, that's where all your small lads went and your Canaanites and etc. all went to sacrifice their children
Oh
to
my
Baal.
god, he's literally giving Toby a fucking breathing fit. Fuck you, Vega. Come on, Tobes.
Toby who?
My dog, Toby?
And for some strange reason,
name changed to
for some strange reason, they made loads of replicas to the archway, Vega, and they displayed one of the archways in Trafalgar Square.
I saw it, and the theory was it was the real gateway that they.
No, it wasn't the real. It was a replica. It was replica.
Did you see who rebuilt the gateway? By the way, if you're talking about that Jewish gateway, do you know who did it? It was Erica Kirk's grandfather who paid for it.
Oh, we're going deep down some rabbit holes.
He paid for the original. I've never heard of it, but it was some sort of Jewish gateway, and they said it was a really big thing to the Jewish people. But he paid to rebuild this sort of gateway.
Well, I remember the timeline. I remember is
I only looked into it last night.
Palmyra had been attacked by the barbarians.
Where's Palmyra, by the way?
It's in Syria. We went in, whether it be a joint forces exercise, British, French, whoever, and rescued quite a lot of it. And that's why I remember. Hey,
whom did you rescue from?
To preserve it. I didn't rescue it from anyone. I was
from what? What were you rescuing people from?
Rescuing it from destruction, total destruction.
No, hang on. So
we actually paid ISIS to blow up Palmyra when they were in Syria. We actually paid it. Us and Americans actually got them to blow it up.
Yeah,
before
but
they left.
you know, certain parts of it was preserved, rescued and preserved, because, as you've just stated, they exhibited replicas around the world.
I showed it right at the beginning of this live stream.
Vega is a shit show. Freedom awaits. You sat there thinking, he's on the payroll. He's on the payroll.
Yes.
He's here merely as a distraction.
You big shit shill fuckery.
I can't fill my brain with too much nonsense, Zara. That's all.
Well, what do you mean you can't? Fill
I'll
your brain
allow
with too
sense.
much?
I'll allow stuff
That's
in
the
that
problem.
makes sense.
Okay. So stop for a moment. You can't fill your brain with too much. Anything that's basic. 1 + 2. That's what you can add into your brain.
Well,
Apart from that,
you're not telling me 1 + 2. What you're telling me is there's a devil man with the body of a fucking beast and a sheep's or a ram's head living in a cave in Syria.
have a look at this. Go on.
And it's just hard. It's difficult to soak that in.
It's not.
If
It's
That was ISIL blowing it up in 2015.
What's ISIL?
Right.
Hello, darling.
It's an offshoot of ISIS.
Oh.
Islamic blah 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 of the Levant.
Just another batshit crazy bunch of Muslims.
Now, where's the bloody arch gone? Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant is what ISIL stands for.
Left to lose. How do you know that picture wasn't AI?
I don't know. The picture wasn't AI because
photoshopped.
It was well documented back in 2015. Right, because they were, and loads of people have done videos about it, Vega.
Have you got a photograph of that Baal fella in the cave?
You're a dick.
It's just a lot to take in. That's all I'm saying.
Well, go and do your research.
I don't want to.
He doesn't want to.
It's a lot to take in.
So 5 minutes. Sorry, hang on. Before I put myself on mute, which is approximately 3.5 minutes ago, yeah, it was you couldn't take in fake news because it was all shit. And then when I come back, you were saying, "Oh, it's too much to take in," and you said, "Go do your research." And I don't want to. So which one is it?
I haven't said anything is fake news.
You did. You said at the beginning.
I haven't used the term fake news.
Well, do you want to rewind back about 3 minutes
If you've noticed, every time Smiler has said something which I've been either unaware of or interested in knowing, I've said to him, "Tell me what that is."
You said I can't take in bullshit. You said I can't take in bullshit. So
yeah, but then you're talking about some fucking...
Wasn't me. I went on mute.
ram-headed beast in a cave as though it's real, you know.
Never said that.
Baal is merely a figment of imagination.
There is the Temple of Baal. That's inside the Temple of Baal.
Well,
they didn't have. They were just monkeys.
Where's
they were all just
where's the
monkeys
fella
until
with
white
the
people came along.
Where's the fella with the ram's head then? Give us a look at him.
There's Baal.
I thought Baal was quite a grotesque character.
Look at that. Hang on, Vega. Where were these monkeys learning to do all this? Look at them. All these knuckle dragging cunts. You know that you say. All of these idiots. You know before these white people civilized them.
Zara, you're getting confused. You're getting confused. You mean sub-Saharan Africans, the ones that didn't even build a building higher than any fucking anthill, yeah? The ants were building far more complex structures than the sub-Saharan Africans, the blacks.
Look at that.
These people are different.
Go back.
These are...
Implode that.
These are not blacks, Zara.
They're not blacks. Is Egypt not black? Is Egypt not black?
No, of course it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh,
Egypt
for
is part
fucking
of Africa,
Christ's sake. Are you telling me
You just made my son racist.
Are
Do you know
you
what?
telling me
Can't wait till
your
you leave.
ancestors built Egypt, Zara? They
I
still haven't built anything in Africa to this fucking day. What did they do? Take 5 minutes out of their schedule 10,000 years ago to knock up the Valley of the Kings and then rest again? Jesus Christ.
There's your archway.
Nothing's ever been.
Yeah, I mean it's quite the
Africa,
structure.
no.
It's very
what?
Roman. It's very
Roman. These are pre-Roman times.
well, of course. It's very
Carthaginians
Roman.
predisposed fucking
Oh
Romans.
my
They
Lord.
copied
Google
off
it,
Carthagia.
Zara. Google it quick. To
Carthagia
get at
came
least
before
one
Romans.
word in that
Carthagia.
might make you sound bright.
Carthagia came before Romans. They gave everybody
Of course,
numeracy.
it's
not
very
the Romans.
Roman. It's also very beige.
It came before Roman. And where did it come from? The East, you
Yeah.
dipshit.
Are you imagining a group of black fucking Africans built this, Zara? Is that what you're imagining? You never invented the wheel, Zara. You never invented fuck all. Before the white man got there, you didn't even have language written down. Jesus Christ. I think it's something like 85% of all African languages, the word repair does not exist. They have no concept of repairing something. Do you know why? Because they have no concept of building the fucking thing in the first place. That's why.
That's mad. What? What? Say that again, Vega.
Nope, done.
What'd you say?
You'll have to go back.
I can't.
Built in 131 AD, Vega.
131 AD.
Yeah. It was a Greek architect.
You sure? Can you check that, Smiley? Are you sure it wasn't some black fella called Winston? Could you check your records? Was the architect called Leroy?
No,
Leroy?
it was actually a rich Palmyran called Agrippa. That could be there.
Agrippa's Diary is a very famous philosopher. A very famous book from the philosophers.
He was the one who financed the Temple of Baal.
He was a famous philosopher. Does anybody else know about Agrippa's Diary? No?
I would be right in thinking they would have been Christians as well at the time. Syria, the entire of Syria would be Christian.
Yeah, Syria was Christian, yeah.
Yep.
No,
be quiet, Zara.
Agrippa wasn't.
I don't know what Agrippa is.
Have you heard of Agrippa's Diary? It's famous. It's like the allegory of the cave sort of thing. Have you heard of it? You must. I guarantee.
I've heard of the allegory of the cave, but I don't know what Agrippa is.
All right. No. It's Agrippa's Diary.
You need to get over him now, Zara. It's been a few years.
Do you know what he did?
He's moved on.
No, he did actually send me a message, by the way, and it was a bit after Christmas, between Christmas and New Year, so it was a bit belated, and he said, Happy New Year. He wasn't feeling so great, but he said big love to everyone, so.
Bless him.
Yeah, I know.
He was a good man. You ruined him, you did.
He sort of ruined himself, didn't he?
You're not taking any responsibility yet, then?
None at all. Never.
Right. Righto. Righto.
So he wrote something which it's been famously put into Latin, but it's probably better in its original form. Just have a look. It's called Agrippa, Agrippa, Agrippa's Diary. Have a look at that, because it's a bit like the allegory of the cave. It's very famous in philosophical and theological, forums. So have a look at that. Yeah. It's really good to look at too. It will help you in future arguments.
Are you arguing with Di whilst talking to me in the chat?
No. I did call it.
Somebody called Zara Beers.
So the Judahites and the Canaans,
No idea.
they engaged in child sacrifice as worship of Baal, and they had to sacrifice their firstborn child.
Well, that was nothing unique. That was pretty much happening all across the world, apart from one area. Zara, can you care to guess the one area where human sacrifice was eradicated thousands of years before every other third world fucker stopped doing it? Can you guess?
I agree with human sacrifice. I want more of it. I want more of it. I do.
So you're into the abortion, because the abortion is human sacrifice.
not new children. I would personally. I've got a list. I would put Di first, Vega second, to make it equality. I've got a full list. JPM second, Ron.
I would offer up my body to the gods if I felt it was beneficial to the community.
I think it is beneficial. So can you just step up these stairs? And
I've been on a panel with AJ Smith, so it's kind of the same thing.
AJ's decided that he's not my friend because I've been on Smiler's panel, and now he's going to troll me forever. So
he's not very good at trolling, is AJ Smith?
He's not. But don't tell him that, because it is funny.
It is quite funny.
I know, but don't tell him, because it is funny to watch him do it. Come on.
Well, hang on a minute. Where's Di been racist?
Very many other places, not here.
Oh, stop arguing with Di. I really like Di, Zara, and I don't know why you have to fucking.
Does it matter? She hasn't been racist towards you, has she?
Me and Di know a lot of people in the real life.
Don't care. So does that make it less racist when she calls me?
Do you not
Masai
think you're
Mara?
like dog whistle fucking racist?
No,
you know?
no, hang on. Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question. If you don't talk over me for a moment and let me at least speak my ground, yeah? Let me stand my ground, because I like it. We can all have that. I can like people.
She just said she's not being racist towards you, you fat black bitch.
Listen, when she said, and Rob Brendan will point this out, when she continuously said, she stopped calling me Zara and called me Masai Mara, and she was calling me, she was saying jump. That's racist. It's racist connotation.
Well,
it was continuous saying, do you collect water in bowls from the rain and things like that? Like, no, I think that's racism. So you can like it, because there's one rule on YouTube: it's all entertainment until it's you. That's it. So there you go. So until it's you. So Di, go and fuck yourself. I can't wait till you die.
Zara,
literally.
Stop being mean.
I can't wait till you die. Baboomch. And I swear it won't be that long though. I've got less than 10 years to wait. I'll wait you out. Watch. So.
Zara, you live in Liverpool. Your life expectancy is fucking poor.
I don't live in Liverpool, you dickhead.
You do. Give over.
I don't live in Liverpool.
Oh, my Lord. I heard you about 2 weeks ago trying to convince a panel of people that you'd never lived in Liverpool. And you're going, hey, did you do that, don't they? Fucking for 4 hours. It's like an episode of fucking Bread, but a swear word version.
Listen, I've never convinced anybody. I did live in Liverpool for a while, but no,
Liverpool.
Shut up.
Give over.
And I read a few books.
You can drag the girl out of Liverpool, but you can't drag the Liverpool out of the girl.
Di, you got kicked off of Jamie's. Remember when you rage quit off Jamie's for 6 months with your fucking HRT? You had to get your levels back straight. You fucking
Right.
spanked
Well,
it.
now it's a new year. It's the 4th day into a new year.
Yeah, don't mention me and I won't mention you. You fucking bitter old twat. I'm just waiting for you to die and that's
You're a
it.
couple of
you've
years
gotta-
younger
you've
than
gotta-
Di, with
You've gotta-
respect
you
to
know, you've
Di.
got to throw in the last insult before just saying, I agree not to fucking mention you.
Yep. She can't help it. Look at her comment. You haven't been out. What do you mean been out? You go to Benidorm more than anywhere. You're well travelled, you aren't you, Dim? You're one letter short of Dim. Die. You blind hairdresser. You're the biggest fucking oxymoron I've ever heard. A blind hairdresser.
Listen
Have you
to
ever
the
heard of such a
anger in
thing?
that voice, Smiler.
Have you
I
ever-
only like old Benidorm myself personally. I don't like New
Okay.
Benidorm.
Vitriol.
New Benidorm is like going to St Ives. Yeah, you can have a
Right off.
English
blind
pint in every
hairdresser.
pub, and you can have a full English breakfast served all day long. It's like
You
being in
stupid
England.
You stupid cabbage chucking
My
inbred.
mother.
Right,
my mother loves
Zara,
Benidorm.
Zara, enough now.
Well, tell her to stop. If she mentions me again, time her out. And I
She's
will
only
mention her.
said you've been going on the last 2 years, or been going
No,
on
it's
for the
not
last
because you
3.
haven't been reading the chat before that. So if she goes on at me again, I'll point it out. You time that cunt out, yes.
Oh,
I'll never get over it. You will never get over it. Yeah.
any
so I was about
New
you,
Year's
fuck off.
resolutions, Zara?
Yeah, you stick to Torbs and Laura's, you fucking dim low IQ cunt, and I'll stick to the fucking ones where you actually have a conversation about intellect and things that people actually want to
Yeah.
learn about.
Devils that live in caves die.
Tear it chucking, yeah? Ever read the allegory of the cave? Oh, I don't know about caves. I once fall into one to lost my virginity.
Why are you putting on a silly accent?
Because that's how she talks. Stop standing up for your mum, Smiley, faggot.
I thought you was taking the mickey out of me, actually, because it wasn't a very good Bristol accent.
Well, I could do a better one. Get back in your Latin garden. And
Have you got a Latin garden,
I
Zara?
don't know what a Latin... Yeah, I've got a Latin garden,
Have you?
apparently. With my sofa in, there you go. My sofa on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a Latin garden. Dim. Shut up, Dim. Dim to the panel. Dim to the panel. Oh, I can! I've got too many turnips! I might wake some up! Fuck,
In
right off.
fairness, as trolling goes, Smiler, it's low level. You know, if
you know,
she's
look at it.
mentioning turnips, it's she's
She's a
not
turnip
hardly
sucker.
going for the jugular.
Yeah. She knows words. Oh, hang on. We grow vegetables in the garden. She knows. She's learning the words for Latin. Yeah, I've been across Peru. Now, I said I've been to Peru. I've not been across Peru.
Did you?
I've got a beach.
Did you
in
star in Les Miserables?
Lame. oh yeah. When I was a kid, I got
Did you?
yeah.
I dreamed
got-
a dream that I would
Yeah, that
be.
was Fontaine and a child, and apparently she was supposed to be a blonde-haired little kid as well. But yeah, I
But
got
it was
time off
not
school. I got 8
wasn't
weeks
to
off
be.
school to play the little girl. So I only knew one song, literally one song.
Was it the Tigers one?
No.
Could you-
No, that's when the tiger. That's what the mum would sing. Come at night. That's
could
when her
you-
daughter dies.
Could you give us a rendition of the song that you do know,
I
Zara?
probably could, but it'd be
Go
quite
on.
embarrassing after smoking like 40 a day for 10 years. No, I don't think that. I don't think it'd be an ode to the. But yeah, I could. But
40
especially-
a day for 10 years. Are you cutting down?
No, I don't smoke it. No, I'm exaggerating as usual. I smoked 20 a day for about 5 years. But yeah, I smoked 10 a day for a few more many years. But no, I have not smoked in about 5. First time I've been sick in years. Really, really fucking through me. My bones ached. I could feel the bones in my toes aching every time I moved.
Di said Les Mis didn't play in Liverpool until 1990.
That's a lie.
When did you arrive on your
I was
dinghy,
born in
Zara?
85, Di. We're not all as fucking ancient as you dinosaur. I was about there. So yeah, go on, work it out. I wasn't doing anything when I was fucking a toddler, you dick.
What's this? Get on your rocket and go to the moon on the one that you said they landed in 1989. Nuclear rocket in 1989. What's that about? They didn't land no nuclear rocket in 1989 on the moon.
Zara?
Pardon? Are they talking about me? What are they talking about me? I didn't listen. What? I heard a nuclear rocket on your planet and I just switched.
Get on your rocket and go to the moon. The one that you said they landed a nuclear rocket in 1989.
What the fuck shit? I have no idea what you're on about. I said, what I did say the other day is, you know when they fired a missile at the moon and it rang like hollow and it started ding ding and it rang like a hollow bell?
No.
No.
Yeah. 1969?
No.
You do?
No.
No, Smack, I'm not talking to you, dipshit.
You're talking about Snap 27. Well, Snap 27, they abandoned it.
No, they did.
That was a radio isotope thermoelectric.
I don't know what they did. That's semantics to me. I'm not like military cooped all up or whatever it is. But they fired something at it and it rang like a bell.
No.
And David Icke spoke about it. So
No.
I believe it.
No.
David Icke is not the most reliable of sources.
He
Zara.
is. And there's even a thing saying they measure the seismic waves.
David Icke said the Queen was a lizard.
I do believe that. I've seen her eyes flicker.
Yeah.
We were talking about the Apollo mission, right, which was Snap 20. Yeah, you were talking about that, which was 1969. It was Snap 27. It's radioisotope thermoelectric generators, RTGs. Yeah?
I don't know what that means.
And it was to power scientific experiments. Yeah?
Go on, you've
And
lost
they used plutonium 238 to generate electricity.
So what was it?
But they were power sources. They weren't part of any rocket propulsion system.
I don't know what I don't care what they fired at it. Did it ring like a fucking bell?
No, because they never fired anything at it.
They did, because it
They
said
didn't.
the seismic waves.
No, they were going to do it. Russia was going to do it in the 1950s, but it was a top secret program, right? And they cancelled it.
Oh, hang on. Can you stop this a minute? Because Di has just said, I came to the UK when I was 7 years old. Di, it's amazing that you know more about my life than I do. That's amazing. That is amazing. Because I grew up in Toxteth and then Huyton before I was fucking 7, you silly little cunt. So thanks for telling me. She said
You
that
have
was
to use
harder.
that C word, Zara. It's not very big.
Well, don't tell me.
A young
No,
woman.
hang on. This silly little blind cunt is telling me where I
Why
grew
did you
up
keep
when I
cunting?
lived.
If you cunt again and you're off.
What? Cunt.
Oh.
Why? What's...
Bit of a delay, but see ya.
I had to come back to StreamYards. Fucking assholes, man.
I remember Joe used to go on about the moon being a lookout station. You know, like the Jim Carrey film where the editing suite is placed in the moon, and the director has a Captain Kirk chair looking out over the fake land where Jim Carrey lives in the movie. I can't remember what it's called.
I can't remember. I remember they did a skit and it looked a bit like Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, Truman Show. And I remember Joe used to talk about the moon being a hollow or making a hollow sound when they shot something at it. Joe was responsible for a lot of fucking bullshit that still fucking circulates now. You know? Whether it was because he was so convincing or just because he was the loudest voice, I would assume it was the latter.
Right, enough now, Di. Had enough of all that bollocks.
Yeah, Di, I like both of you. Zara's my mate and you're my mate, Di. I don't really understand why you would be at each other. Give it up. He says after he's gone after Uber's Ice Chain. Who else do I fucking continually fucking bully in the chat? It's quite Tyke. Tyke's on my murder list.
You all right there, Michael? Yeah, Michael took his headphones off. Yeah. He was getting a headache.
He's had enough. What do you think Trump's plan for Venezuela is?
Well, he's had a go at the new president, the woman. What's she called? I can't remember her silly name.
Do they have somebody lined up already?
Well, yeah, she was the deputy prime minister, wasn't she?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
She was the deputy prime minister.
So what can they get Maduro on, do you think? Because I think
right, they cut.
very difficult.
Right, I mean, I've got some charge sheets somewhere. But I mean, they come out with yesterday, right? Now, see. Now, he's been going on about all the bombings. You know, he's got, XF bombing these boats, yeah? Claiming fentanyl. This is what me and Urban had an argument about yesterday, yeah? So then when you look at the charge sheets, right, don't mention no fentanyl. They mention cocaine. Right. Trump has been shouting fentanyl for God knows how long, yeah? XF has been shouting fentanyl for God knows how long. Then they put the charge sheet together and put cocaine on it, right? Then another charge on it is that Maduro owns machine guns. Well, how can you stop a man in his own country owning a gun?
Yeah.
So,
it could well be that there's charge sheets for cocaine and charge sheets for fentanyl.
No, there's no charge for fentanyl.
All right.
I'll find it. I showed them last night. But I really ain't sure that they've actually got Maduro. I don't actually think they've got him. Because in 24 hours, we've seen Maduro wearing about 7 different...
Well, Maduro was their guy anyway. He was put in there 4 or 5 years ago. He had massive amounts
after Chavez.
Yeah, massive amounts of spending. So socialist government. What was it? They were testing out digital currency. That failed. The socialist spending failed very, very quickly, and it went back to type. All countries do, unfortunately.
Well, I think he made the mistake where he had Nathan Rothschild over there last year, trying to sort out the finances. But they're still they're on their own banking system. They're not on the usury
state. You know, the unemployment is something like 68%, 70%. It's a completely failed state. There's no way that you could work your way out of that or finance your way out of it. To finance it, there has to be something at the end of it. Okay, they're sitting on the largest field of oil in the world, but it's incredibly difficult.
And gold and silver and loads of other precious metals. I mean, they've just shipped on the 23rd of December, Maduro, Putin, and Xi Jinping shipped 840 tins of silver, 99% refined. They just shipped it out of there and caused a massive spike in the silver.
Well,
silver
no,
went up to $84.
Hold on. Hang on. How many tons of gold does China source every single month? Across,
Go on, you tell me.
Across Australia, Africa, and wherever else they have their concerns.
Well,
I'm asking you. I don't know, because I don't
know. But I know they've got the largest refinery in the world. They've got the largest silver refineries in the world.
Yes, they're digging out the most.
But when Venezuela digs the gold, the silver comes with the gold and then other precious metals.
Well, not necessarily. You can hit.
No, it does. It comes in Duma, and what they do is they create these Duma bars, and then they send them to China, and then China extracts all the other precious metals. Yeah. Now
so you don't hit a silver seam all on its own or a gold seam.
No, it comes out together.
Always.
In the free mines in Venezuela, it does. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, there we go. It doesn't. They don't go hand in hand.
Well, it's the same as copper and tin. That doesn't always go hand in hand, but sometimes it goes hand in hand.
Not very much, not very much. China.
Well, that's what Cornwall was renowned for, copper and tin.
Well, tin.
Mainly tin.
More so, yeah. You were world renowned and world leaders for your tin.
We're in the Bible for the tin.
For the full year of 2023, China imported over 1,400 tons of gold.
Right, they've just had 840 tons from Venezuela.
Well, what I'm trying to work out is whether that's an extraordinary amount or a normal amount. So, official central bank purchases for China, they roughly add about 2 tons per month to their own reserve. So that's not a lot. Sometimes their holdings will remain unchanged, but of course their reserves and what they buy in as gold for the gold market can be completely different. 1,400 tons of gold in 2023. So if you break that down, it's only 100 tons per month, really. It's 800 in 1 month is a lot, but then that's not necessarily a month's supply. That could be 2, 3, 4 years sat there and then shipped out in one go. In 2024, it produced 380 tons. China produced in all its interests around the world. 380 tons of gold, which averages out to 31 tons per month. They sell most of it back out, but retain 30%. So 380 in a year. Yeah, 800 tons is quite the lot.
840 tons. They had in reserves. Venezuela had in reserves. You had Russian Antonov and Costco, 2 Costco planes from China.
So was that was their gold reserves for Venezuela?
No, silver reserves, just the silver reserves.
Right.
Like, which then spiked the price of silver.
As in financially backed silver.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
As in real bars. They were moving it. They moved it in 5 planes.
They did not.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they moved in 5 planes.
You think they had 90 to 100 tons of silver on one plane?
No, the flight data confirms AM124 presence at Picaro International Airport in Trinidad, just off coast of Venezuela. at least 9 times between December the 13th and 23rd. That was when silver started spiking.
Yeah.
Right. There was 9 documented visits over 10 days.
I've flown specifically just to go and see the Antonovs,
Yeah.
Go to specific airports to see the Antonov, the 224 and so on, the big one, the massive one. Fucking Jesus. Oh my Lord.
Michael, are you there? Michael.
They did actually, the AN224, it's being rebuilt at the moment, but they used to use that on a route between Eastern Europe and China, and it would sit at a particular airport in Eastern Europe for a day and a half loading, and rather than fly direct to where I would normally, I flew to that airport to go and see it, spend the day there, and then watch it take off. Oh my fucking Lord, it's incredible.
The 6-hour extraction window from 2:47 a.m. to 8:41 a.m. provides 354 minutes total. Time allocation per aircraft under sequential operations would be 354 minutes. Divided by 11 aircraft equals 32.2 minutes per aircraft. Yeah. Parallel loading with 4 position transforms feasibility. Aircraft position equals 11 divided by 4. Rounding to 3 at some positions, blah, 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 blah. This equates to loading of one 10,000 kilogram pallet every 10.8 minutes. Feasibility requires pallets positioned at loading dock, forklifts, blah, blah, blah. Flight tracking and routing. So the flight tracking's all there. 10.6 hours flight time. Total mission. So I mean, it's all been tracked on Flight Radar. So the converting 1,200 tons to kilograms yields
is 120 tons.
Divided across 11 flights, each aircraft carries 109.091 kilograms. This load sits comfortably within an Antonov 124-100S, 120,000 kilogram capacity, providing a safety margin of 10,909 kilograms, or 9.1% the payload. The AN 124-150's 150,000 kilogram limit. The physics allows the operation without requiring aircraft to exceed published payload specifications.
And that's carrying 100 tons.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Mad, isn't it? And that all happened
not
on
mad, it's crazy. That would be the most destructive fucking thing. Imagine hitting the city with that.
The calculation runs 1,200 tons of silver, £75 an ounce equals 1,200 tons, converting to 38.6 million troy ounces times £75 equals 2.9 billion value. Insurance premium at 0.5% for transport produces 14.5 to 29 million in insurance premiums. Refinery intake logs and assays would validate the receiving end operation, blah, blah, blah. Volt bar serial number reconciliation represents most definitive validation. Venezuela's central bank inventory list pre-crisis. Same serial numbers appearing in Moscow or Beijing strategic reserves.
So, why do you think that amount of gold and silver was shipped out of Venezuela?
Why? Because there was already a problem with silver. Right, silver had already started spiking. Yeah, it had already gone to, so if you say pounds, it had already gone to £54. There was a big spike. I've been watching the silver market for quite a while, and there was a big spike in silver prices. Right now, they put a reserved cap that you could only purchase. I think it was, what was the reserve cap they put on? They put a reserve cap on it so buyers could only purchase a stupid amount because they were afraid it was going to go over $77, right? Which it did. It actually went over $84, right? But the stock market and the holders of silver haven't got all that real silver. They've got silver on paper, but they haven't got the holding of silver. So if people were buying physical silver, it would have completely crashed. It would have completely crashed everything. Yeah, it's already affected the petrodollar.
Well, I would assume a lot of that silver holdings would have been holdings for investment already, either by the government borrowing on its own silver, or sort of external or outside investment owning and holding that silver, but keeping it within the holdings for the company, for the country. You know, I mean, it's not beyond belief to say that that silver was shipped out because the country is unstable and it needs to be protected. It needs to be stored somewhere safer. That's what happened quite a few years ago with filling up our gold reserves, if you remember that. And it was always assumed that they were painted bars, and whatever happened from there, God knows. But it was always assumed that they were fake bars that came into our reserves.
Well, it was between 1967 and 1992, wasn't it?
I can't remember.
When we were getting currency devaluation.
I can't remember. I know some of the story. I can't remember. I'd have to really think about it.
I mean, there's loads of people, right? Because that silver, a lot of that silver was already pre-booked, pre-bought, right? Tesla was supposed to buy it. I'll find out how much Tesla was supposed to be buying, right? Oh, right. So, right, Western technology companies face supply cliff. Yeah. Samsung expected 347 tons for solid state batteries. Tesla contracted 234 tons.
There's 2/3 of it gone already.
Yeah. Apple secured 156 tons. Yeah.
156.
Yeah. Right. All contracts are now void. Companies forced into spot market. Right. Now they were promised to buy that silver at that price at the time at $45 an ounce. Right. Well, now you look at $77 per ounce. Right. So, you know, what's Tesla going to do? What's Apple going to do? What's Samsung going to do? And I can't remember what the solar panel company's called now, but I'm guessing they were Chinese anyway, the solar panels.
Yeah.
But they were promised that, you know, but silver's now trading at £75 or £78 an ounce
on the general market. Yes.
Yeah.
Not necessarily on a commercial market. Depends
but the commercial market was purchasing it directly from Venezuela. Hey up, Max. That was actually purchasing it off of Venezuela at $45 an ounce.
Where has that silver gone to now?
Russia and China.
It's more than possible. You know, I've got to stop smoking, you know. Every cigarette I have at the moment, I hate it. Both China and Russia are allies of Venezuela.
Yeah. Well, so I mean, they paid in the yuan and paid in the ruble.
It's more than likely. I mean, here's an example. If I spent the night with Zara, I'd give you my wallet to look after, you know. And it's more than likely that's what's happened here, that they've said, could you look after this I would trust China and Russia far more than I would fucking America, far more than I would this British government, you know, far more. They have working relationships with Russia and China, and of course it's in Russia's interests to have vested interests with Venezuela as well, be it because of its geographic location.
Max, I got you, mate.
They're the new frontiers, really, the South Americas. You know, at some point in the future, I know Donald Trump is stripping them right now. He's bringing a lot of industry back to America, and there's a massive plan for a lot more to go back. Those towns and cities across South America will have a lot of labour going unused, and I think that's going to be quite the wild frontier in the future.
Well, the lights went out in Venezuela on the 23rd of December. It took 11 days for US to respond, which was obviously January the 3rd.
Well, there's one thing that keeps making me smile about Venezuela is you learn everything you need to know when you realise that half of Venezuela have escaped to Colombia. tells you everything you need to fucking know about.
Well, Colombia's on the list, Cuba's on the list, Mexico's on the list.
Yeah.
Iran is in the next couple of days if it ain't tonight.
Mexico's fairly safe, I would say.
No, he's already threatened Mexico today.
Mexico is quite the organised country compared to the rest of the fucking.
Well, he told the new leader, whatever she's called, Bacham or whatever her name is. You know, she's a Jewish leader in a Catholic country.
Mm-hmm.
When are they coming for Mark Carney?
Yeah, where did they fucking find a Jew in Mexico, eh?
I know. Well, same as that. Well, I mean, it's obvious where they found him in Argentina, isn't it?
Hey Max, how you doing, man?
Doing good. I was hoping that Canada would be on that list.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Canada's obviously Biden cancelled the pipeline, right? At the moment, the petrodollar. So the petrodollar, which everybody's supposed to trade in, that's crashing. That's crashing out the window, right? Now, America, they say, you know, I mean, we know that Venezuela's got the biggest oil fields, right? But they say with America's fracking, America's got the largest supply of oil, right? But America's oil is shit. It's bollocks. It's, you know, it's the green stuff. It's not even the sludgy stuff, which was when you had the pipeline coming from Canada, which Biden cancelled. That was for the heavy oil. That was for the tar, right? Yeah, and that was going to be pumped through. Now, America can't refine its shitty thin oil without the thick oil. So that's why America's been buying the Canadian oil and had some Venezuelan oil, but Venezuela obviously stopped doing the oil, right? So and then obviously they nicked the two tankers, which had something like 308 million barrels on each, and Trump's nicked that. Well, they need the heavy oil to process the light oil. Well, the light oil only makes petrol.
Yeah,
they still need
ships, don't they?
Or diesel.
Yeah, but no, the light oil won't make diesel. It'll only make petroleum. But they've got to
make.
Yeah, but they've got to use the heavy oil in the refineries down in Texas, to create the carbon for the cooling in the refineries, etc. So when it's burning off, when they're making it, yeah,
Right.
it needs the carbon to keep the refinery cool, or the refinery just packs up and they'll fuck up all the refineries. So they've got to buy the heavy oil, which was why they wanted the Canadian pipeline, right. To bring the oil, which is when Chavras was there, but America was taking 99% of the oil and only paying 1% to Venezuela.
Yes.
And then when Chavras, but they've been doing Chavras for 20 years. They were threatening him with the same thing that they've just done Maduro for. Same accusations.
Yeah.
Exactly the same accusations 20 years later. Same accusations.
You're somebody's.
That's me. I can hear it now. Yeah.
Oh, Max.
How's it going, Michael? See you.
Not bad. Not bad. How long did it take you to get rid of Zara then, Vincent?
No, I kicked her because she gave it the repetition of cunt.
Yeah.
So I said, you say it again, I'm just going to kick you.
Oh, no.
I can't be doing with it.
Oh, dear.
So, the BRICS nations, and obviously like China and Russia, they, BRICS, they've already introduced the BRIC coin, haven't they?
Yeah.
And they're all trading in yuan or yen or whatever the Chinese money is, and they're trading in ruble. Now they've gone to trading in BRICS coins. Well, like all the countries buying oil from Russia, even though Russia's got the sanctions now. Russia argued with Trump in that meeting in Mar-a-Lago, or a meeting in the White House, or wherever they met. They argued then over the Venezuelan ships. And Putin turned around and said, I ain't flying no ships under different flags. All my ships are going to fly under Russian ships. You attack them, you got a problem.
Yeah.
That's what Putin turned around. Trump said, you attack my ships, you got a problem. And obviously they wanted the 2 tankers back from Venezuela as well. But I don't know what's happened with that. Trump said he's keeping it. But they need it because America's collapsing under the petrodollar deal.
It's hardly collapsing.
It's collapsing under the.
You are a bit of a sensationalist, Smiler. You won't edge it with America's struggling word, would you?
Well, no, the petrodollar is collapsing. I mean, look,
petrodollar can collapse, but America won't.
I got 2 donations last night of £5. Yeah, so a tenner. Yeah. That come out to £13.85.
Yeah.
$13.85.
Yeah. Point.
Well, the pound to dollar, the pound is stronger than the dollar at the moment.
The pound has been stronger than the dollar for about 40 years, Smiler.
Yeah, well, not long ago it was 74p, wasn't it? The exchange rate was 74p.
Two and a quarter.
Yeah, I know.
The fucking pound. I know. I went shopping.
But that's the same as the zloty at the moment is $4.95. It's dropped.
I think the dollar the dollar is able to move quite easily.
I don't.
Has a lot of room for movement, whereas other currencies do not.
Right, without the minerals, without the oil, You know, I mean, I think this is why Trump's going after everywhere, because he's got to have the oil and he's got to have the minerals. If he ain't got the minerals and the oil, they'll collapse. Like they can't produce fuel unless they get heavy oil. So hence trying to take Venezuela out. Now the Venezuelan Prime Minister has gone fuck off.
Again, Smiler, I will point out that you do have a propensity to be a little bit sensationalist. It's hardly...
I'm not being sensationalist.
You are. It's hardly the opening fucking sequence to Mad Max, you know, the last oil on earth. that's how you're painting it, and it's just not that at all. I mean, it's business as usual when it comes to those Yanks. You'll know that they're happy at spreading freedom wherever they travel. Venezuela is struggling.
It's not American first, though, is it? It's not American first, though, is it?
Well, you cannot go into Venezuela. This is why I asked you right at the start. What do you think the plan is with Venezuela? Trump cannot go in there, march in, kick out Maduro, place his own fucking puppet in place of that, and start pulling the strings. I know he said, "I will rule," or "We will rule Venezuela," but that's a very sort of proprietary term. It will be from a distance. Venezuela is still very much its own country and has to remain that way, or else other countries in this world will start to get worried at America's pig-headedness, at thinking it can just go in and take over a country. It would never happen. So Venezuela, hopefully, will be back on track soon. The oil won't be. I know what he'll be saying in the shill's off. The oil won't be fucking tapped off for America's benefit. It still has to be purchased. Venezuela still has to benefit from that oil. You know, you can't get around law of the land just because the president is shit. You know, and he's messed
I mean, Venezuela doesn't have to supply America, does it? It can supply China, it can supply Russia, it can supply whoever it wants. And now Trump has threatened Venezuelan vice president, as she's now the president, obviously temporarily, Delcy Rodriguez, and he's turned around. If she does the wrong thing, she will have to pay a very high price, possibly even higher than Maduro. Said the US president. At the same time, Trump returned to the topic of Greenland. According to him, the US needs control over the island for security reasons. There are Russian and Chinese ships around, and the US cannot ignore this.
Yeah. So if you remember back to when Maduro won the elections, and if I remember correctly, he stood on top of a bus. I think it was a green bus in a car park somewhere with his fists in the air in gleeful triumph. And they gave him billions and billions of dollars.
Well, that was because he was a bus driver.
To start, was it? Is that what it was? And they gave him billions of dollars to spend whatever. Well, I don't know these things.
Come on, you're supposed to know these things.
So that's America's buying their boy. They bought as much as
but they didn't buy him. They didn't buy him because,
of course, they did.
He carried on down the same route as Chevras and he carried on kicking America out of Venezuela.
Exactly. Well, my point
is what he did sadly is he let his pumping plants or processing plants, the way that they extracted oil, he let them go to rack and ruin.
Yeah.
So they can only extract very slowly or very poorly the amount of oil that they need to extract.
Of course. Now,
if Trump was going to go in there,
well, he is.
It's going to cost him $50 million 50 billion, sorry, just to sort out the extraction.
Yeah, well, America is there now to cash in its bonds. You know, those bonds that it essentially bought back when Maduro was first elected. So America's there to claim what it believes is its rightful own. But it can't take any more than that, Smiler. It doesn't now own Venezuela, and it definitely doesn't run Venezuela. Not in the sense that, you know, how a country is run. Obviously, they are operating behind the scenes, so to speak.
Yeah, that's where the deals will come through for America.
Of course.
If she allows it, but she's turned around and said, no, you ain't getting our oil.
I bet she changes her tune very quickly.
Or they'll put somebody in place that they've already decided, you know.
Well, I don't know if they can put somebody in, because, I mean, the federal government or the federal court installed her because she was the vice president. That's like, you know, that's like saying, well, Biden stole the election, so hang on a minute, Trump won the election, so why did Trump wait 4 years to try and get voted back in again? You know, why didn't he take over?
Yeah, he should have if he was a dictator. You know. They're going to go right after whoever rises up to a position. They're going to go straight after them.
That's like Netanyahu and Hamas, isn't it? You know, Hamas have been in power since, 2006. He's been giving them, 18 billion a month or something? 18 million a month. He was paying them. And then a month before October the 7th, I think it was a month, maybe 2 months, he went to 36 million. Give them double, he told UAE. Give them double. So for 2 months before October the 7th, they had double bubble of suitcases of cash.
I'm not sure America is that interested in the Venezuelan oil anyway.
They need it.
Well, they sit on the largest reserve. They've got the largest reserves in the world. They're able to produce their own levels higher than the Middle East combined, I think, if they were fracking.
No, they've got the fracking oil's no good though, Vincent.
Well, it's
no good. It's no good. Right, hang on. I'll find you a video.
Gas down there? Or?
The fracking oil looks like looks like a green smoothie.
They still buy a hell of a lot of oil from Saudi Arabia
and Canada. Most of the oil they buy from Canada.
Do they? Is it
the heavy oil? Yeah, the heavy oil comes from Canada.
The construction oil.
Tar.
Yeah.
Yeah, separation could really happen with Alberta because of the oil.
Yeah.
They wanted to build they stopped they proposed pipeline. They know it won't go through because there's nobody interested in it. They regulate it out of existence. And they have all these activist groups to get in the way too, if that matters. But
no, Cam Vincent managed to watch this.
Oh.
Whoa. Willie managed.
If it's longer than 30 seconds, I won't be able to contain my fucking concentration.
Well, you shout stop when you shout stop.
When it gets too much.
Yeah. So.
Now, Donald Trump is insisting that the main reason he's interested in Venezuela, the main reason the US is kind of looking at tankers off the coast of Venezuela comes back to drugs, the trade, the smuggling of illegal drugs out of Venezuela. But what if it's not just that? Maybe there's something else going on. What if it's partly about oil? Now, almost...
Now remember him on the airport. They took away our oil. They stopped us having oil.
Well, wouldn't he go after, if he's after drugs, wouldn't he go after the producers of the drugs instead of the distributors?
Exactly.
That's what Venezuela is. They're not really drug makers. There's some on the border, but that's about it.
Well, the cocaine was coming from Colombia to Venezuela.
Yeah.
Smiler, answer me one question. Why is it you've told us all continually for the last 5 years that you've been here, or 4 years, don't believe the media. The media lies to you. Whatever the media says, believe the opposite. But every time they knock out something that you want to agree with, everything's hunky-dory. What's going on there?
Vega, I do research
How do you know
on
that
stuff.
this is not a misleading? How do you know that this is not a misleading article?
Because I can pull up loads of different other research.
Go on, play it. Let's see what they.
Well, it's probably opinion too. So
Yeah.
Venezuelan oil. And I can kind of understand your point, because if you look at just total oil production, look, this is up until 2005, the US was there, Venezuela was there, Saudi Arabia was there. But as you probably know, since then, everything has changed. Look, American output has gone through the roof, way above Saudi Arabia.
American use has gone through the roof
Venezuela has
as
gone
well.
basically to the floor. And that's kind of post-Chavez, Maduro. They're one of the minnows now, and I think 21st biggest producer in the world.
now.
So, again, that question, why should America care? Well, in the US, that big rise is largely down to this. It's down to the shale revolution. So you've got fracking all around the US producing extraordinary amounts of crude oil. And here's where we get to the interesting bit. Because when you're thinking about crude oil, maybe you're just thinking about, well, look, barrels of oil. It's all the same, isn't it?
No.
Actually, no. So if you kind of look at crude oil, there are various different types of crude in different parts of the world. There's actually kind of various different ways you can categorize it. But one way you can look at it is look at the kind of density. So you're basically looking at how thick that crude is. And when I say
It's
thick,
viscosity.
this is showing you global production broken down by the density of that oil. And so you've got the kind of medium stuff. And this is probably, if you've got kind of image in your mind of what crude oil looks like, it's a bit like this, it's kind of black, but it's not too viscous, it flows around. But there's other stuff as well. So this is light crude. And it kind of almost looks like a smoothie, doesn't it? And that's the same stuff. This is still crude oil, but down to the kind of geological and the biological conditions in the ground when it was being formed, hundreds of millions of years ago, it comes out looking a bit different. And so that's light. You've also got heavy stuff. And it's very small in global production, but this is gloopy, super viscous stuff. Heavy oil, so heavy, medium, light. Remember that. And remember also, the key thing here is, you get it out of the ground, it may look like that, but ultimately, you still need it to go into, someone's car, or indeed, be turned into chemicals. Basically, you need to process it. And that processing, that happens in places like this, in refineries. And there are refineries all over the world, of course. There are refineries all over the US as well. There's kind of more than 100 of them. And if we kind of look at where those refineries are, well, so there's some in California. So the history in America, actually, historically, a lot of the early Californian oil, that was the heavy, gloopy stuff. And if you look at kind of some of the refineries in America, so here are some of the refineries. There's one in LA there. These are the 10 biggest. You've got some up here around kind of towards Canada. That we'll kind of come to that in a second. But a lot of them are down there, kind of Texas, Louisiana, on the coast. And here's the critical thing. These refineries are primarily set up for heavy oil, for taking that gloopy stuff and turning it into gasoline and all of the other different products. But here's where things get interesting. And remember that chart I showed you a moment ago, the one which showed kind of shale oil and how it kind of went through the roof? The oil that's generally produced with shale oil, the fracking oil, that comes out of the ground mostly in the light form. So it's the smoothie. It's sometimes actually even clear. It comes out of the ground clear rather than black. And that's the majority of American production right now. Shale oil tends to be light stuff. And actually, that's kind of going back 10 years. Look at where we are now. Look at those bars. In the last few years, the amount of light oil being produced in the US has gone up and up and up, and the amount of kind of heavy stuff has gone down. But back to those refineries. They need to be fed. If America's going to have gasoline, it needs to feed those refineries with heavy oil. So if you look at the kind of imports coming into America, in recent years, even though America is producing so much oil, more oil than it ever produced before, it still needs to suck in loads of oil from overseas. And the type of oil we're talking about, it used to be, it's mostly heavy crude. It used to be only 12%. So only 12% of imports were heavy, gloopy crude. Now, it's about 70%. So 70% of the oil coming into America, which it needs to basically keep its economy going, is heavy crude. And where does heavy crude come from? Well, here are some of the big countries where you find most of it. It's Canada and Venezuela. There's one other I'll come to in a second, which we'll come back to. But it's Canada and it's Venezuela where you get most of this heavy crude oil, which is why that's to think about where those refineries are. They're mostly set up kind of, you've got some in the north there to get the heavy oil coming out of Canada, and you've got some around the kind of Louisiana and elsewhere and Texas to get that heavy oil that comes in from Venezuela. That was kind of the way they were set up. And it's really expensive to rebuild these things. You can't just chuck out a refinery very easily overnight. Some came from Mexico and the Gulf of Mexico as well, and that's pretty heavy too. So that's the picture in America. And the upshot is, even though America is producing more and more oil, the imports, this is showing you imports of oil into America, are still really high. And if you break down those imports by the country that stuff is coming from, well, there's Venezuela. And it used to be a decent slug, actually more coming from Venezuela just about than from Canada, just at the turn of the millennium. But now look at what's happened since. Right now, Canada has gone from 15% of all of the US imports of oil to 61%. 61%. And Venezuela is basically next to nothing. But here's what's tantalizing, and here's the reason I think that a lot of people are looking towards Venezuela and thinking, well, there's more to this than just drugs. Look at total oil reserves around the world. The higher these bars are, the more oil there is in the ground, so that hasn't yet been taken out of the ground. So there you've got Saudi, Iran, Iraq, all of the usual suspects. But the biggest of all, and this is according to various different sources, the biggest of all is Venezuela. And what's that oil? It's the heavy, tarry stuff that you might well want to put into those American refineries. And there is really only one other place in the world that has a kind of serious amount of heavy oil other than Canada.
Is it Antarctica?
Well, guess where that is?
Right.
It's worth just delving into these kind of nuances because that helps you understand a little bit more about the backstory of geopolitics.
There you go. So they won't trade with Russia because they've got sanctions on Russia, and they've told
trading with Russia. They're trading with Russia through China.
Yeah, they're paying the middleman. Yeah. You know, so you know, and he was shouting at the EU to stop buying Russia and stop
buy
LNG,
buy our gas, buy our oil.
Yeah, stop buying it from India that are buying it directly off Russia.
China.
Yeah. And like obviously we were buying it from India, from Modi, and Modi wanted it in his currency, which I can't remember what their currency is now.
Rupee.
Yeah, wanted it in rupee. Russia wants it in rubles.
4 rupees a barrel.
Yeah, they wanted it in rupees. So that was the end of the. So that was stopping the petrodollar because we weren't trading with them in the petrodollar. So Trump went, "You lot got to stop buying Russian oil. So, I'll buy it instead."
So Venezuela stands to benefit from this whole thing, and it's important to point that out. Venezuela is not the poor little fucker that's getting bent over and fucked. Venezuela will benefit from this financially. I mean, some would say, I had a discussion recently that certain countries, it was with Reese, certain countries need to be held back. You cannot allow them to become too developed, too powerful, money-wise, because they turn into the Middle East, funding every fucking terrorist plot known to man. But Venezuela benefit from this.
Yeah, but what you got to remember, right, now when Chavez was in power, yeah, they obviously allowed the American oil. Well, they were taking 99% and only paying 1%. The same as Israel, Gazan oil, yeah, Palestinian oil, yeah. They were back 2 years ago, before October the 7th. They owed Gaza 85 billion pounds just for oil that they extracted, right? Then because they were getting short of money, Infosys and BP. So you had Rishi Sunak's wife and BP go in and buy up the LNG wells in Gaza, which belongs to Palestine. It doesn't belong to Netanyahu. It doesn't belong to Israel.
Well, it doesn't belong to Gaza. It belongs to private corporations. Gaza is not not a
they're supposed to lease it, aren't they? Yeah. Now, what they were doing in Venezuela is basically they were raping Venezuela 99% to themselves and 1% to Venezuela, right? Which is, it's like the old colonial way, isn't it? You go in, you rape and pillage the country, and keep 90% of it for yourself.
You're doing that thing where colonial is a bad thing again.
Well, it is a bad thing.
Well, not when colonialism builds a first world country in what was once a third world country. You can't change the people, but you can change the
but you go over history. You go over history, right? You look at Africa. You look at how much was raped and pillaged out of that, and then look at how much money they should have received.
It wasn't that much. The British Empire abandoned colonialism because it was too expensive to keep up.
Well, we didn't abandon it. We lost it to America.
Oh, we gave it up.
Well, no, Lend-Lease. We had to sign everything over when we took out a loan because everybody in England was starving. So we took out a loan, and we took out loans to fight Germany. And then we cashed everything in to fight Germany.
Yeah, carried on paying the fucker off for the next 75 years.
2006, £450 billion for 3.47 billion. And then when we lost sterling, because America turned around and said, well, you need to buy American dollars. You need to allow, instead of trading in pound sterling, you need to change your pound sterling to dollars. Matter of days, we lost 20% of that £3.7 million loan, which was supposed to feed UK residents, on ration cards, etc., etc. So America screwed us over for World War II, or the Jews screwed us over for World War II.
Yeah, that's more accurate.
And Trump, what's Trump doing now? He's coming for the Bank of England now, isn't he?
I don't know.
Yeah, he's coming for the Bank of England now. Mm-hmm. It did some weird report. I can't remember what the report's called. 2025, some weird report.
Project 2025. Yeah.
Yeah.
He disassociates with that. So he says it doesn't have anything to do with him.
He wrote the bloody thing, didn't he?
I don't know, but I think he disavows it. But
yeah, I sat there. I mean, I read the replacement migration. I read the other one. I read the United Nations one that everybody pointed out that they mentioned it all in the United Nations. American guy was spouting about it, so I went and read all that about the drug. When they were saying about the fentanyl and the drugs and everything else. And if you go and look at the United Nations report for 2025, so I downloaded it. When I started reading it, and I went, didn't I, Michael? And I went, where's Venezuela then? There's all the drug routes. Where's Venezuela on the map? Where's the blue lines coming out of Venezuela? I went, no. There wasn't no blue line coming out of Venezuela for the drug routes.
Well, politicians in the U.S. do like their cocaine.
Mm.
So,
Well, Biden, you know, old little Biden, he got
Oh,
caught
really?
with it in the White House, didn't he?
that'll really piss them off if Trump cuts off the cocaine. That's,
Yeah, I mean, what's Hegseth going to do?
yeah.
Hegseth likes his fucking snort, doesn't he?
Yeah. So does Mark Carney and
Yeah.
pretty much all of them, it seems. You know, and they don't want to have any cut shit. They want the pure stuff.
Mm. Got to have the pure, haven't you?
Do you know the
Vince and loads
difference? Do you know the difference, Smiler?
of-
The only thing I've ever had up my nose is my finger.
No, never had pure stuff.
I'm saying nothing. Oh, where's that strange woman to?
I was trying to find out anybody else up for leadership of Venezuela, but there's nothing that I can find except from that lady, that one that's the interim president.
Yeah, she has. She's been installed. She has.
Yeah.
Trump's already threatened her. But I mean, if she does a deal, right? If she does a deal, which is what she should do, right?
Mhm.
And says, right, price of oil is blah blah blah, right? So if I do a contract with you for say 10 years, right?
Yeah.
If it's going to cost you 50 billion to put in these extraction units, yeah, then obviously you got to recoup that 50. You got to recoup that 50 billion, right?
Oh, yeah.
They got 304 whatever barrels. How many barrels was it, Vincent? Come on.
I don't know.
Billions.
Right. Right. But the only trouble is, if they flood the market, right, you're gonna lose the price of oil per barrel anyway. And if OPEC wangs up production because it's not happy with America, you know, that's gonna hit the market anyway. You know, if Canada ramps up, that's gonna
Yeah.
And Russia can turn it up anytime they want, can they? Yeah, Russia was happy at $96 a barrel, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And they were trying to cap the price, weren't they? To $67 a barrel, and he was getting $97 a barrel.
It's decent.
Yeah. I mean, the barrel price went down before Christmas, went down to $45 a barrel, didn't it? Remember looking it up when Urban was here. And I said, that's why your fuel prices have gone down.
Well, the cost of the barrels never really has an impact on the cost of fuel in America. There's no direct correlation between them. It's an effort by the government to reduce the price if the cost of fuel goes down. It's nothing to do with
Well, yeah, I mean, Biden whacked in all the fuel reserves, didn't he?
Yeah.
All the oil
Yeah,
reserves.
Trump just took advantage of the fact that he could stretch out the cost. That's all. The usual politician's trick. It's about the only thing a politician can have some influence on, because they just reduce the amount of tax taken off it.
What, like our silly 5p?
What, on fuel?
Yeah.
Fucking hell. Fucking hell.
Doesn't matter about the other 75p, does it?
Yeah, don't worry about the other 27 fucking pounds that you pay.
Yeah, I'd like it if Canada started ramping up its fuel. If they don't, I can see Canada just breaking apart.
But I don't, the pipeline was Trump's baby. So
Yeah, Keystone.
why hadn't he reinstalled the Keystone?
Well, because Carney and Trudeau, they make it absolutely unfeasible. They put in, they can get an activist group to block it. That's how stupid it is in Canada. All you need is an indigenous tribe to get their arms up in the air, and then it costs you billions. You know.
Yeah, but the indigenous tribes were all for it last time because they were getting money for it going across their lands.
Yeah, they're into it if the government gins them up and says they're going to get money. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they're against it whenever the government wants to because they get money.
Yeah.
So, as long as they get money, they'll pretty much go whichever way you want.
But Carney's a pleb anyway. Bank of England, pleb.
Yeah, he's going to make money off the crash of Canada. That's what he's working at. He's got his climate initiatives that we're supposed to spend, billions on solar panels, EVs, and all this other crap that doesn't work, especially in fucking Canada, but because it's so fucking cold. So, yeah.
It's like down here. You got rid of grade A farming land, compulsory purchase, because the local council went, no, we ain't doing it. So the company who wanted to do it, they went to the government, and the government went, yeah, we're doing it. Compulsory purchase, Green New Deal. Right, and they took grade A farming land away, and they're going to build this massive solar farm. And it ain't going to never fucking work. The fucking sun don't shine long enough.
Sun ain't gonna shine anymore.
Oh, yeah. Brookfield.
Massive solar farm. I can't remember where it is, somewhere down south. And it got hit by a storm.
Hailstorm, yeah.
Just before it came into service.
Yeah.
And it's destroyed the whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
The whole fucking
There's
thing
one
is
in Wales,
destroyed.
wasn't it?
Yeah, it was in Wales, yeah.
Was it Wales?
Yeah.
I mean, it seems a bit over the top, solar panels fairly sort of cost effective now, but I would assume it's some kind of an insurance write off because they're happy just to write this whole fucking scheme off,
Well, and with weather manipulation, you can create hail.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's like down here in Cornwall, they built this fucking stupid wave up where they had these yellow things that would bounce up and down on springs, with the tide. Yeah. And they would bounce up and down. And as they bounced up and down, the piston was supposed to produce electricity.
Yeah, should work.
They spent billions on this stupid thing, right? They fucked up all the local fishing. All the small fish under 10-meter boats, they fucked all that up, right?
Yeah.
5 years, never turned the bloody thing on, never even wired it up to the grid, never even ran the bloody thing, right?
Yeah.
And they sold it for £1 to some bloody French company.
Scrap.
Yeah. Right. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, it never fucking works.
Whereas in reality, right, to service every household, right, you've got a mains water supply, yeah, which is a 15, 16-inch round pipe, yeah? a 15, 16 inch diameter pipe, right? All you got to do, right, every time somebody turns the tap on, the water's running.
Yeah.
So on that main, so that 16 inch main, right, all you got to do is put a collar in there with a turbine on it and a battery bank.
You can't do that.
Why?
Because the angle of attack for the piping is not suitable. And this has been proposed. It's not been proposed, but it was theorized many, many years ago. The actual amount of pumps you would need to create the pressure to be able to power the turbines would cost more and require more energy than you would garner from the turbines. It's just not possible. Obviously, water turbines do work, but you'll know the rough composition of a turbine power station. It relies purely on gravity from top to bottom.
Yeah, I watched two people that have got water turbines in America. I think it's in America. They got water turbines where they divert basically onto
a river.
Yeah, so it's running with a river, and then it goes into a spinny.
Yeah.
It goes into a spinny box and then comes out of that back into the river again.
Yeah, there would be a very low ampage.
Oh no, they're producing enough electricity to keep their batteries charged to run their inverters.
House.
Yeah, running their inverters. Yeah, because they're totally off-grid houses.
Yeah, there would be very low consumption houses, I would assume. They wouldn't be running, like there wouldn't be the same consumption as a family of 5 with the washing machine going all day long. They would be quite frugal in the outset for electricity use. It's like those wind turbines. You can get the portable ones.
Yeah.
They provide very little, but enough to boil a kettle, enough to run a telly, but not all at the same time.
I built loads of systems for horse boxes. I built a system for an off-grid mate. That one's backed up with solar, backed up with a wind turbine, a marine wind turbine. It is normally for a yacht. And then they've got a Lister, an old Lister diesel generator, which is their backup. So, like their TV, their big TV, that runs off 12 volts. So some of the sockets are in the house are on 12 volts and some of them are on the inverters, which is 240 volt sine wave inverter.
Yeah. You get big widescreen TVs now with like 140 watts requirements, so they're virtually nothing. They're so efficient these days.
Yeah, a buddy of mine uses solar exclusively for his media and stuff. He doesn't run huge TVs or anything, but small computer.
Well, my mate runs the washing machine, runs the iron. It's Mrs. Iron.
Well, that's
TV, charging, laptops, all a computer, all that kind of stuff. 3 TVs in 3 bedrooms.
Yeah.
They run all that now. The only problem we had was with the cooker, and we couldn't work out the problem with the cooker because it's only for the sparker, for the click 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 for the spark to light.
Yeah.
And it's like, why won't the cooker work? Well, if the igniter isn't wired up, the gas won't flow.
Oh.
So that's a safety mechanism. So when you lift the lid up, You're
Yeah.
supposed to be able to turn the gas on, but it won't let the gas come on unless that igniter was wired up. So by the time we worked that out 3 days later, she was happy as Larry then.
Yeah.
But I installed 6 batteries in series, the solar and the wind generator, and then I put a IntelliCharger on the batteries, so when the generator kicks in, so if the batteries drop to, I think it's 12.2, 12.3 volts, if the batteries drop down to that, then the generator automatically kicks in, remote starter. That automatically kicks in and then starts charging the batteries via the IntelliCharger. And then all the 240 volt in the house then straight away trips over and starts running off the generator while the generator's running.
That's good.
That's the same system you have in the horse box. Exactly the same system you have in a horse box.
What do you power in a horse box?
Well, when you're at a show, Vincent, you got your cooker, you got your shower.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant for the horse. I was going to say.
No, you got your hot water. You got
mean
your
a
hot
horse
water.
box stroke
Lorry,
tractor.
for a lorry, yeah. 7.5 ton, 7.5 ton up to 18.5 ton.
I just thought the trailer when you said the horse box.
Yeah.
I was watching a YouTube video recently. Some American engineer had built himself a boat,
Right.
and it was on a river in America, a massive, wide, 500-meter wide river. So he literally had access to half of America in this boat. Completely self-sufficient.
Yeah.
Like 196 array solar panels on the roof. Completely self-sufficient. Never relied on the generator backups. Always powered it through these solars. It was incredible. And see that the amount of fucking shit he was powering off this array. You know.
Yeah, panels have gotten a lot better over the years.
They've improved. The Germans make the best ones, but they're too expensive. The
There you go, monocrystallite and polycrystallite.
Yeah, the Germans use a certain ingredient which the Chinese don't. Chinese make them cheaper. They don't last as long, but they are.
Well, they use a lot of silver in them as well.
Yeah.
Do they?
Yeah. I'll be back. Dinner calls.
All right, mate.
Yeah, I'm going to jump off as well. I haven't got school in the morning, but I've got an appointment in the morning, and I'm fucking bollocksed. Might even go to bed early tonight. Jesus.
Bloody hell.
I know. I need to be up early.
How's your leg, Vincent?
It's all right. It's good. Just manky sort of skin. That's all.
No.
It's all cleared up. It's all gold.
Good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, everything's all right. My running career is over, Michael.
What about the tennis?
There'll always be tennis, Vega. Always. I'll bid you farewell. Let you get on with your Jew bashing.
All right, mate. I ain't Jew bashing. I've never Jew bashed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good night, Smiler. Good night, Michael.
All right, take it easy. Wow.
Hi. Sorry, it was a phone call. And I just
Sunday night, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going. Michael, are you there? Because I couldn't remember something, and I thought Michael would remember that.
Yeah. No, it's Sunday night, and I was asked to do something while I was on the phone, so I thought, well, I better do that, and then that took a bit of time, so. At least I got it out of the way and done, so that was the main thing.
Ideal.
So I missed the So I gather things didn't run 100% smooth then for a bit.
Oh, bloody Zara and picking fights with Di, and obviously Di defending, and then Zara was just getting totally uncouth. And so it's just wow, just wow.
Yeah, I don't think they're ever going to see eye to eye, are they?
Well, you know me, I do topics. I do videos. Yeah, Di, agreed.
Yeah. I think Tyke stepped in and removed a few, didn't he?
I don't know.
I think so.
I wasn't looking at YouTube because obviously StreamYards don't show me. No, big up, Tyke. No, I just can't. It's like, why? I don't do the drama shit. If you want to do the drama shit,
yeah,
go to another channel.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, apologies if I wasn't here to sort anything out, but there you go.
That's right. That's right. I said it's a new year, new year, new beginnings. Why are you just keeping it on all the time?
Yeah.
Just can't let things drop. Just, stupid names, and then just, yeah, I swear, but I try not to swear.
Yeah.
No, I know, Di, I know. She started coming in with the bloody dim comments. And it was like, whoa, what's going on here?
Yeah.
And like, yeah, the stuff that I stream on, the stuff that I share, it's already sensitive enough.
Yeah, without adding that to it.
Without having all that swearing and shouting and calling somebody, and then
Yeah. You just don't need for it, is it? At the end of the day.
Well, it's childish. It's uncalled for. I go in chats where obviously, I don't get on with people, but I don't go on the panel and start shouting and bawling at them from the panel.
No.
The other day on Tunes, I didn't go up on Tunes and start having a go at Tunes for somebody racially abusing my grandchildren.
No.
And start shouting and bawling at the other person that was racially abusing my grandchildren.
No.
I didn't even attack his grandchildren.
No.
Or his children.
Be right back in a minute.
No. No, Di. Yeah, lip blunt. But I don't bend to that. She's been screaming that to me before. time them out, kick him out. No, sorry, don't do that. I leave it up to the mods. Unless they're attacking me, and then I will step in. But then, sometimes afterwards, just go over your head, don't they? It's like, you petty, stupid child. But I die. I even backed her up and I said, look, you know, I get on well with Di, and there's lots of people that she knows that I know. Just stop it. No, Di, you know you're welcome to come in anytime. If she wants to, November man, if she wants to be uncouth, she knows she ain't going to be on the panel. End of. I try not to swear on my what's it called, but sometimes it just slips out, doesn't it? Well, that's right, November man. She works hard and she plays hard. You know, are people jealous because she can go on so many holidays a year? If you work hard, you play hard, don't you? No, that's what me and my ex-missus used to. We used to work hard and we used to, you know, look at the ferries and go, right, let's go. Book the ferry and off we went.
I'm back. Oh.
No, Die. Right, see if you can make head nor tail of this, right? So, right, this is what I was trying to say earlier on with Vincent, right? Trump silently declared war on the Rothschild banking cabal and enshrined national sovereignty over globalist institutions.
Mm-hmm.
The Rothschilds mafia took over both France and Britain during the Napoleonic Wars. The crown is really run by the same Rothschild banking mafia that created Israel as the headquarters of one world government. It's a decentralized global mafia that predates Israel and pretty much runs the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now you look at there's an FSOC report.
Yeah.
And there's what was the other report called? What's the other report called? Right, let's put it on the screen. This is what I was talking about, where Trump is going after, like, the Bank of England, which is obviously the Rothschild Bank.
Yeah.
Now, I think this is a clip. This is a shortened version of what she says. I can find the long version because I can make some of Ed and the tail of it, but I can't make all of Ed the tail of it.
empire is panicked. NATO chiefs, British generals, even the head of MI6 coming out of the shadows, all screaming for escalation with Russia. They want you to look at the missiles. They want you to think that this is about territory or democracy. Well, it's not. They're not afraid of Russia. They're afraid of a PDF file released quietly in Washington last week, which signals the silent assassination of their entire financial model. The weapon that is terrifying London isn't a hypersonic missile. It's this. Now, it sounds boring, it looks bureaucratic, but inside these pages is the end of the City of London's mandate to loot the American economy. Don't let...
So, how does the City of London loot the American economy? Anybody know that?
Not really.
The name fool you. This is the economic equivalent of a declaration of war on the financier elite. It declares that from now on, people and economic growth come first, not financial parasites. And it comes right on the heels of the administration's national security strategy, which declares that sovereign nations come first, not globalist institutions. These were released within...
So the other one's the national security strategy of the United States of America, November 2025, and the other one is the FSOC annual report. Well, it was the FSOC annual report that I downloaded and was trying to read. I couldn't make head nor tail of it. It was like double Dutch to me.
A week of each other. And these two documents reassert that American principles will now govern us, not imperial principles. I'm Susan Kokinda. This has been a battle that I've been part of since the 1970s. But I've seen how the British start wars and create narratives to keep you in the dark.
Yeah, that's the military-industrial complex. You there?
Yeah.
So how does the City of London control America?
It doesn't as such. They both prop each other up because they both run. How do I put this? They both benefit each other.
But that's a complete contradiction as well, because the same people that run the City of London run the Federal Reserve. Which is what JFK wanted to get rid of. And also the nuclear program for Israel, and they decided to go good night Vienna.
Right.
Yeah, but Blunt, how does the Federal Reserve influence the Bank of England, or how does the Bank of England or the City of London, how does that work on American finances? Is it because the Rothschild? Is it because the Rothschilds are putting the 50%? Yeah, it could be that, couldn't it? So the Rothschilds are taking the money from the Federal Reserve and then putting it in the City of London. Is that what you're saying?
If you look into what you just said and you ask on the internet, it comes out with this. The idea that the City of London could loot the US economy is not accurate in a literal sense. The relationship is one of complex financial interdependence, not one-way extraction.
Right. So, I was reading that report and I'm like, well, this doesn't make sense, really, because
if one goes totally tits up, then the other one will, because they're both reliant on each other.
But then at the same time, I mean, that report, it didn't make England it didn't make England in my brain, because America isn't American first. It's Israel first.
Yeah.
It's not even, and loads of Republicans are all actually coming out and saying it now.
Yeah.
Obviously, some have stepped down out of Congress now, like Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Mm.
And then Marjorie Taylor Greene was exposing the DOJ. And, why do I keep forgetting her name? Black hair. Grey streak.
Tulsi.
Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard. But then, I mean, look what I showed earlier on with Tulsi Gabbard. 2017, 2016. She made that a post, and now she's like totally against what she made in 2016, 2017.
Yeah.
Hello, Albalora. Isn't all American debts go to City of London if they fall? Yeah, because Rothschild, because they owe the debts to the Rothschilds, don't they? Well, they don't. They owe us money as well. Can't remember how many billion they owe us. But it's like every country in the world is in a world debt. I think the only one that ain't is Traore in Burkina Faso. He's about the only person that ain't in debt. I had some other stuff I was going to play. Mrs. Donald, this is part of the 1,000 Girls, Epstein.
I was 14 years old. I was 16 years old. I was 16. 17. 14 years old.
This is me. This was me. This is me when I met Jeffrey Epstein. This is me when I met Jeffrey Epstein.
There are about 1,000 of us.
It's time to bring the secrets out of the shadows. It's time to shine a light into the darkness. I was 14 years old. I was 16 years old. Years old. I was 16 years old.
I was 16.
17. 14.
14 years old, look at that in the back of his limo. There's 1,000 of these girls. And they've all come forward saying, why is it all being redacted out of the Epstein files? because all that information's been redacted out of the Epstein files, they've all come forward with their voice. Yeah, did you see my my first photograph, Blunt? It was Trump wearing an Epstein suit. My thumbnail. She's 14 years old. Donald Trump recently shared that the Jeffrey Epstein case is boring stuff. Yeah, he did, didn't he? Yeah, she said it's boring.
Yeah.
And how old she was.
I don't know.
I'll have to find that video, that live that I did with all the Trump Epstein stuff on it. Does anybody think that America has got Maduro?
No.
Because in one day, I've never seen, or in 24 hours, I've never seen a man wear so many items of clothing. From the Nike tracksuit to his suit, to a blue sweatshirt, to a hoodie, to black jogging bottoms, to... He's like, in 24 hours, he's worn about 6 or 7 different garments.
Yeah. He's either incontinent and had to change so many times. Or something's a bit fishy, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, Blunt, I've got the recording where he's saying it on the coach, on his makeup coach. He used to travel around on that coach. I get to grab him by the fan. Yeah.
See, I reckon he's been paid.
No?
I reckon he's been paid to leave.
Paid to leave? Paid to leave where?
Venezuela.
Right.
Or he's been paid off. He'll do a short term in prison. So is it hide that? And then he'll come out and he'll be a rich family.
But they could hold him in custody because he'll go to arraignment on Monday and they could hold him in custody for 2 years before he goes to court. Well, the charges are just ridiculous. This is Nathan Rothschild. This is who went out. This is like who's taking over the Rothschilds now. Well, yeah, I mean, he used to go into, because he bought the beauty pageants. The little kiddie beauty pageants, and he used to just walk into their changing rooms. I had it all on the video. Somebody that I used to speak to on here, me and Nixie used to speak to him, but he's come off YouTube now. But he was dealing with one of the victims, and he compiled all the evidence and made a video, and I streamed the video on my live with all the evidence. It had all the court documentation, all the transcripts, and part of the trial on the live where Trump is actually on trial, or Epstein was actually on trial, and the girls were speaking about Epstein and Trump. I've got that on one of the lives I've done. So I said a couple of days ago, or the day, I can't remember when I said it, I'm gonna have to go and find that live stream that I did and pull up that video again.
Yeah.
Hi, Max.
Hey, what are we watching here?
This is Nathan Rothschild, who's taken over the Rothschild Empire, basically. I don't even know what it is because I haven't played it. But did you miss where I played that woman talking about the that 2025 thing?
Yeah.
You missed that? Oh, I'll play it again then and see if you tell me. But I'll see what this is a minute. No. Okay. The organisation isn't just a bond, it's a commitment to build a better world through compassion, integrity and service. May our light guide others forward toward their own path of truth. Nathan Rothschild. Even the bankers sent their congratulations. Yeah, strange. Right, let's remove that and I'll play this woman. She's done a whole video, so I'll have to look at the whole video.
It's Project 2025, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a right-wing ideology that Trump tries to disassociate with. At least I think so. I'm not sure.
It's the FSOC and something, and then another thing, the strategy.
Yeah.
Right, here we go.
A new America.
Empire is panicked. NATO chiefs, British generals, even the head of MI6 coming out of the shadows, all screaming for escalation with Russia. They want you to look at the missiles. They want you to think that this is about territory or democracy. Well, it's not. They're not afraid of Russia. They're afraid of a PDF file released quietly in Washington last week, which signals the silent assassination of their entire financial model. The weapon that is terrifying London isn't a hypersonic missile. It's this. Now, it sounds boring, it looks bureaucratic, but inside these pages is the end of the City of London's mandate to loot the American economy. Don't let the name fool you. This is the economic equivalent of a declaration of war on the financier elite. It declares that from now on, people and economic growth come first, not financial parasites. And it comes right on the heels of the administration's national security strategy, which declares that sovereign nations come first, not globalist institutions. These were released within a week of each other. And these two documents.
So the other one's called the National Security Strategy.
Assert American principles will now govern us, not imperial principles. I'm Susan Kokinda. This has been a battle that I've been part of since the 1970s. But I've seen how the British start wars and create narratives to keep you in the dark.
Mm.
What happened to it?
Oh, that's it. That's it. That's the end of it. It's only a short clip of it.
Oh, okay.
What's her name? See if I can
Empires
find the
panicked.
whole
NATO
video.
chiefs, British generals, even the head of MI6 coming out of the shadows, all screaming for escalation with Russia. They want you to look at the missiles. They want you to think that this is about territory or democracy. Well, it's not. They're not afraid of Russia. They're afraid of a PDF file released quietly in Washington last week,
Was that the Epstein files?
which signals the silent assassination of their entire financial model. The weapon that is terrifying London isn't a hypersonic missile. It's this.
Oh.
Now, it sounds boring, it's bureaucratic, but inside these pages is the end of the City of London's mandate to loot the American economy. Don't let the name fool you. This is the economic equivalent of a declaration of war on the financier elite. It declares that from now on, people and economic growth come first, not financial parasites. And it comes right on the heels of the administration's national
How is that obtained?
which declares that sovereign nations come first, not globalist institutions. These were released within a week of each other, and these two documents reassert that American principles will now govern us, not imperial principles. I'm Susan Kokin.
Susan Kokinder. Right. All that for that again. So I'll see if I can find her on YouTube. See if it gives a better explanation.
Yeah. Kokinda. Kokinda. I don't know if Trump wanted maritime law.
Well, I mean, the Federal Reserve. How's you going to get rid of the Federal Reserve, the fiat currency? How's you going to get rid of all that?
Well, he could take control of it.
Yeah, look what happened to JFK.
Yeah.
Look what happened to what happened to every world leader.
But you're right.
That's
You can't, you know, yeah.
That's had his own bank.
Yeah. Well, it's just their bank, but he's going to use it. It's like a loaner. And really, what is it? Just a bunch of people printing money on computers.
Yeah, and it's false money, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which is why they want to go to central digital currency, because there's no cash.
We'll raise the debt limit. An extra.
Yeah, that's it. All they do is keep raising the debt ceiling.
Yeah.
Keep raising the debt ceiling because there isn't the cash flow there. There isn't the money to back any of the debts. And every country's in debt. And,
yeah,
you know, the globalists just keep, or whoever it is, they just keep printing the money.
Yep. Yep. U.S. is 20 odd trillion in debt or something.
No, it was 37 trillion, wasn't it? And it was going up and up and up and up and up by the second.
Yep.
I think, what they called Natalie and what they called? What's the YouTube channel called? Can't think of the YouTube channel. They live in Portugal. They're two Americans. Not redacted. Is it redacted? Yeah, is it redacted?
I don't know.
Natalie's the wife, and I'm trying to think of his name now. I'm sure it's redacted.
Clayton.
Was he going to
Clayton, that's it. Yeah, Natalie and Clayton, and they run their channel, but behind them was the deck clock, and the deck clock sat there ticking over all the time, every second. What's she got to say? What she's got to say.
Did you find a YouTube channel or a website with her?
Oh, the Susan Kinkinder.
Yeah.
No, I'll have a look in a minute.
Yeah. What's the PDF file about?
Yeah.
Like, what does it say? You know, they can put nice labels on it, but what it actually says could be totally different.
Yeah.
You know, Patriot Act, meant to spy on patriots. You know, come on. Trump tried to make it illegal to sue AI.
Yeah.
What if it talks somebody into suicide? What if it prescribes them, gives them prescriptions that kill them?
Yeah.
What if it enters their body and augments them and fucks them up? There's all kinds of things you can do.
Yeah, well, there's because I mean, Russia tried that. They had a medical robot, didn't they? And the medical robot was stitching people up. Hello, it's snowed. Has it snowed? Is it? I don't think it's snowed here. No snow here. It's still raining. They forecast snow, but it's been raining. Right, what's she got to say?
Trump is officially 3-0 with China. Here's what nobody's talking about. China had a heavy investment in Iran. Trump neutered them. China had a heavy investment in Gaza. Trump secured a regional firewall. China straightforwardly controlled Venezuela for 2 decades. Trump's moving in and China's blinking for their time. And that's why everyone is asking the wrong questions when it comes to Venezuela. The cover story is this. Trump's military buildup toward Venezuela is about countering narco-terrorism and targeting drug cartels like Tren de Agua, which are tied to the President Nicolas Maduro's regime. But analysts go a step further and they still miss the mark when they say, well, this is really about regime change. It's neither of these things. I mean, yes, we've got a drug problem, but it's actually ties to a much bigger issue. Trump's Venezuela offensive is much bigger. It's his proxy war against China. And he's the only president in history who is actually fighting China where it hurts. As of this week, Trump has positioned over 10,000 U.S. troops and 8 warships in the region. We have helicopters and Reaper drones taking out narco boats. We have F-35s, and Venezuela has scrambled their jets. And this week, Trump has authorized the CIA to carry out lethal operations in Venezuela. We'll dive into that one a little deeper in the next segment. All this to ostensibly go after drug boats and fight narco-terrorism. Yet everyone is taking this at face value. Listen.
Why not have the Coast Guard stop them, which it is empowered by law to do?
So Trump answers the question as asked.
Because we've been doing that for 30 years and it has been totally ineffective.
Even the ostensibly right-leaning National Review gets it wrong by musing that this is all about regime change. Here's why this whole Venezuela offensive is really about China, and this is a shadow war against Beijing. The first in history that looks like it will actually work. You see, attacking Maduro is attacking Xi Jinping. To think that Maduro is some independent agent is naive and foolish. Why is Venezuela basically China? Well, follow the money. the oil money. Again, remember what I said yesterday about why China is likely the biggest force behind the Gaza war and promoting Palestine and Hamas protests around the globe? Remember, it's about taking advantage of bad leadership that sits over cheap oil and cheap resources. China sweeps in, buys out the leadership, gets free gas, essentially. Venezuela is the poster boy of this predatory China oil game. Beijing is Venezuela's largest creditor by far. Venezuela has over $60 billion in debt to Beijing since 2007. It pays Beijing back in, you guessed it, oil. Venezuela is economically paralyzed by sanctions. The only country supporting Venezuela meaningfully is Beijing because they're the primary buyers. This forces Venezuela to sell their oil for next to nothing, meaning they'll forever be indebted to Beijing. That's the whole game. That's the way China plays. In May 2025, at the China-CELAC Forum, Beijing gave Venezuela an additional $1 billion in new oil investments, solidifying Venezuela's position as the front lines of the U.S.-China shadow war. But China's interests in Venezuela go far beyond cheap oil and economics. Chinese companies are neck deep in modernizing Venezuela's ports and telecom infrastructures. And as in all things related to Chinese companies, you're a fool to think the Chinese Communist Party does anything without making it a dual military civilian use project. I'll say it again. China does not allow its companies to operate in the world unless it could also be used for their national security purposes. So don't be fooled when Trump is using all this force and manpower and CIA expertise in Venezuela. This is Trump taking the war to China. He's doing what no other president before him was even remotely capable of accomplishing. Trump is declaring war on China's most valuable assets: Iran, Venezuela, Gaza. What do these tin pot dictatorships have in common? They'd be nothing without the Chinese Communist Party. And China would be nothing in the geopolitical stage without them. And now Trump is taking them. Iran, Gaza, and now Venezuela. 3 strikes, you're out, Xi.
Well, I don't get that. To Gaza's China, is it?
Well, that thinking should be on the list.
Eh?
Canada should be on the list then too, because we're sending fentanyl, and we've got a lot of Chinese politicians and Chinese nationals, a lot of Chinese money.
Well, I don't get her way of thinking.
Yeah,
sure.
China's got stuff going on in Australia, Africa, all over the place. Weren't they having trouble with China stealing all the water in Australia?
Yeah.
Right?
Right, where's this woman? What's she called?
Oh, I can't remember now.
Susan Kakinda.
There was snow. It disappeared. Yeah, we got snow on the ground here, but it's going to go away.
Susan Kakinda, I found her.
Canadian dollar is falling compared to the U.S. now. We're at 137 Canadian per American dollar. We used to be 130 a little while ago.
How come?
Oh, when did that take? Oh, shit.
Right, this is obviously the video. Trump ended 100 years of British control. Will 2026 undo it all? I think this is it. She's got a different colour jumper on in this one. So I don't know. Don't know if it is it.
It's just been about a year and a half that the daughter's. It's bad. Oh well.
Mark Carney just admitted the globalist world order is gone.
Do you hear that? Mark Carney?
Well, he's going to trundle along with it.
Yeah.
Mark Carney just admitted the globalist world order is gone. What forced his confession? Donald Trump's historic breakthrough in Asia, deals with Xi Jinping and other leaders that completely bypassed the British imperial system. So here's what the Canadian Prime Minister said.
Today.
But that just contradicts what that other woman I've just played says, doesn't it? Trump's doing deals with Xi Jinping. He's the first president that's met Xi Jinping, isn't he?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't go. I'm confused. You will be. As
Yeah.
Canadian Mark Carney.
He considers himself European.
Mm.
See what the goofball has to say.
So here's what the Canadian Prime Minister said.
Today, we're facing another hinge moment in history. Our world is undergoing one of the most profound shifts since the fall of the Berlin Wall. And that old world in which APEC prospered, but also helped to foster, that old world of steady expansion of rules-based liberalized trade and investment, a world on which so much of our nation's prosperity, very much Canada's included, that world is gone.
Think about that. The man the British Empire sent to Asia to counter Trump just said it out loud. Trump left us in the dust. But here's what the establishment doesn't want you to know. Trump faces more resistance at home than abroad. And that domestic resistance, that's the real battle for 2026. I'm Susan Kokinda. I've been fighting to revive the real American economics since the 1970s. But I've seen how British economics, free trade, globalism, environmentalism have spread like an infection, and it's almost killed us until Donald Trump came along and started to administer the cure. So if this sounds like your kind of fight, please hit the like and share buttons so we can spread our reach on YouTube. Today, I'm going to show you why Trump's biggest threat isn't Beijing or Moscow. It's in the U.S. among Republicans who don't understand his revolution or worse, oppose it. And second, I'll reveal exactly what Trump did in Asia that has the British in full panic mode and how that is the key to victory. So let me start with an uncomfortable truth. Americans do love Trump's economic populism, but they don't associate it with the Republican Party. And I think you can figure out what that means for 2026. A recent Rasmussen poll exposed this dangerous gap. Here's the question they asked people. Economic populism is a political and economic approach that emphasizes growth and income distribution, often opposing the perceived elites in favor of the interests of the common people. Do you agree or disagree that America needs more economic populism? The result? 58% said yes. And take note, that's to more economic populism. And 46% call Trump's economic performance good or excellent. In other words, he's delivering. But
if you ask them about sanctions, they're all saying they're paying vast amounts of money because he's putting sanctions on everybody. And they're all suffering because everybody they're dealing with is under sanctions. So I don't know where that comes from.
here's the problem. When asked which party will deliver economic populism, 46% said the Democrats, that's the blue bar, and only 26% said Republicans. That's the red bar in the middle. The way the Rasmussen pollster Mark Mitchell put it is, Trump is out on the battlefield all by himself. Why? Because below Trump's cabinet level, most Republicans still don't understand what Trump is doing. They're reading from the old Contract with America playbook, protecting free markets and the financial bubble at the expense of our physical economy. They don't get that Trump is not focused on accounting. He's focused on growing the real economy, using the tools of the American system of Hamilton, Lincoln, and McKinley. Rasmussen calls it economic populism because its real name, the American system, was buried by the British, who replaced it with the Austrian and Chicago schools of libertarianism. Those are both British imports designed to straitjacket physical production in the world of money, money, money. Now, that is a very good reason to subscribe to Promethean Action's newsletter.
Yeah, but where are Trump's investments?
Resurrect the American system for longer than Donald Trump.
Right?
Where are Trump's investments? You know?
Yeah.
Right? He's interested in the market and that happening, you know? So I don't know why he wouldn't be worried about that, you know?
Can I get an early life check for Kinder on Wikipedia, please? Hey, can I get an earlier life check for Kinder on Wikipedia? Yeah, get it. Because I'm getting confused. I'm confused. We don't do the stuff that we buy off America. We don't say, well, we're only paying £20.
Yeah, the tariffs on Canada aren't really anything that affects our markets at all. Really.
So let's go back a little bit again, because I was boiling the kettle. She doesn't have one on Wikipedia. Oh my God! But she's been going since 1970, and she don't have. Perhaps she's got a pseudonym.
Twitter. Maybe on Twitter or X.
Yeah.
I used to roll
It's real name. The American system was buried by the British, who replaced it with the Austrian and Chicago schools of libertarianism. Those are both British imports designed to straitjacket physical production in the world of money, money, money. Now, that is a very good reason to subscribe to Promethean Action's newsletter. We've been leading the fight to resurrect the American system for longer than Donald Trump has been president. So head on over to Promethean Action and subscribe to our free newsletter. Because unless more Americans really understand what Trump is doing and start holding Republicans' feet to the fire, we're going to get more of what happened in the Senate last week, and I'm not talking about just the Democrats. The Senate voted a resolution to cripple Trump's ability to deploy tariffs. 4 Republican senators voted with the Democrats against the president. 3 rhinos and a libertarian. Mitch McConnell, Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, and Rand Paul. Now that resolution is going to die in the House, but it shows why only a quarter of Americans think that the Republican Party can deliver economic nationalism. And it isn't just 4 senators. It's the Chamber of Commerce, the Wall Street Journal, the Koch families, Americans for Prosperity, and all the...
Who's the Koch families? It's not Venezuelan Coke, is it?
Oh.
Are you, Michael, are you any the wiser?
No, I'm mystified.
Oh, you don't. The Koch Foundation. They're big in North America. Yeah. It's spelled C-O-C. It's not spelled like Coke. It's C-O-C-H or something. Kosh.
Yeah, Kosh. Yeah, Kosh.
Kosh.
Yeah.
Pharma, ag, tech, banking, etc. They've been on the globalist gravy train, and they're the ones who have financed the old Republican Party. But here's the good news that terrifies the global elite. Trump is building a completely new coalition, one that doesn't have to rely on the Republican wing of the Uniparty. And one key component of that new coalition is labor. We've seen two big breaks this week from major trade unions over the shutdown fight. They are challenging the Democrats and telling them to pass a clean continuing resolution and open the government. First, it was the AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees, which represents 800,000 federal workers. And then on October 30th, Teamster President Sean O'Brien showed up at the White House with J.D. Vance and Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy and basically told the Democrats to cut the crap.
Look, the bottom line, and we took a position, I represent 1.3 million working men and women in this country for the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. We took a position 3 weeks ago. Pass a clean CR, get to the table, negotiate a deal. Do not put working people in the middle of a problem they should not be in there. And we got to think about the families that are going to be affected. Think about when you have to tell your son or daughter they can't play sports because you're not getting paid. Think about when you can't pay your mortgage. Think about when you can't pay your tuition. Put the politics aside, get to the table, negotiate a deal, pass a clean CR right now, and then figure out the problems moving forward.
So the Teamsters at the White House with a Republican vice president. This is the realignment. Blue-collar workers, union members, people from lower income brackets, they're turning to Trump. They've had it with the lunatic Democrats, and they see that Trump is the real deal when it comes to the economy. Now, Democrats are trying to stop this with chaos operations. That's why Soros-funded groups like Indivisible are pressuring the Senate Democrats to fight like hell and keep the government closed. But it's not working. The realignment is happening anyway, and Trump is fulfilling the pledge to the Republican Party platform that says, quote, the Republican Party must return to its roots as the party of industry, manufacturing, infrastructure, and workers. Trump gets it, but most of the rest of the party doesn't, which is why the Rasmussen pollster said the GOP is outmatched and off the field while Trump fights alone.
What I'm looking at is the strategic picture, and the strategic picture tells us the Republicans are hopelessly outmatched for what's coming, and they are not even on the battlefield.
We need more Republicans talking about what Trump and Scott Bessent and Howard Lutnick and Chris Wright and Promethean Action are talking about. Building things, investing in productive infrastructure, using tariffs to bring manufacturing home, creating millions of skilled trade jobs, and producing hundreds and hundreds of new nuclear plants. And until that gap closes, Trump is vulnerable going into 2026, because if Republicans lose Congress, the British win, and they'll strangle Trump's resolution. So how does Trump outflank this domestic weakness? The answer lies in what he just accomplished in Asia. Deals that bypass the entire British imperial system and prove that economic nationalism works. But the Asia trip wasn't just about economics, because in truth, Donald Trump took a wrecking ball to 100 years of British geopolitics. Now, in the midweek update, Barbara reviewed the first leg of Trump's Asia trip, bilateral deals in Southeast Asia, then with Japan and South Korea. Those deals include historic agreements on rare earths, shipbuilding, and nuclear power, all accomplished by wielding tariffs to spread economic nationalism, which is why Carney admitted that the world of the rules-based, liberalized trade was gone. But the stunner for the British is what Trump did with China. Now, to really understand the full import of the Trump-Xi summit, look at what the Council on Foreign Relations has been focused on, the U.S. role in China. Now, don't forget, the Council on Foreign Relations is the American arm of the old British Roundtable. On October 21st, two refugees from Biden's national security team published an article entitled, "The New Eurasian Order, America Must Link Its Atlantic and Pacific Strategies," where they lay out a desperate strategy to keep the United States in the geopolitical fold of perpetual superpower conflict. That is, the US and the democracies against China and Russia. But
anybody else following it?
A little bit. She's
complex, isn't it?
yeah.
Yeah. Take it easy, Di. Have a good one.
See you later, Di.
But I mean, you go into Google, you go American economy in decline. American economy shows mixed signals with recent strength in some areas like tech and computer spending, contrasting with growing concerns about inflation, high national debt, widening inequality, and weakening labour market breadth, despite a low overall unemployment due to policy, uncertainty, and sector concentration. Some see resilience and recovery, others warn of risks from AI bubbles, trade wars, fiscal policies, and structural issues, with signs like falling dollar and slowing payroll growth, suggesting potential instability ahead.
So their unemployment is down? Or is it up?
Low overall unemployment.
That'll be good, right?
Yeah.
Saturn symbolism for a watermark on her video. I'm sure it means nothing, right? Oh, does she? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Hey?
The Saturn
yeah,
symbol.
Saturn symbol, yeah. Yeah, Saturn symbol.
Yeah, I think she's just splurting out a bunch of gobbledygook and Trump's good.
Yeah. It's a...
No, you don't understand what Trump's doing.
I know. But I mean... C-SPAN, Facebook, Wikipedia. So she was the LaRouche movement in Wikipedia.
What's that?
The LaRouche movement is a political and cultural network promoting the late Lyndon LaRouche and his ideas. It has included many organizations and companies around the world which campaign, gather information, and publish books and periodicals. LaRouche-aligned organizations include the National Caucus of Labour Committees, the Schiller Institute, the Worldwide LaRouche Youth Movement, and formerly the US Labour Party. It's just gone on about the Labour Party, hasn't it? LaRouche movement has been called cult-like by the New York Times. The movement originated with radical leftist student policies of 1960s, United States in the 70s and the 80s. Hundreds of candidates ran in state Democratic primaries in United States on the LaRouche platform, while Lyndon LaRouche repeatedly campaigned for presidential nomination. LaRouche network would adopt viewpoints and stances of the far right. During its peak in the 70s and 80s, LaRouche movement developed a private intelligence agency and contacts with foreign governments. In 88, LaRouche and 25 were convicted on fraud charges related to fundraising. The movement called the prosecution politically motivated. LaRouche's widow, Helga Zepp LaRouche, heads political and cultural groups in Germany connected with her late husband's movement. There are also parties in France, Sweden, and European countries, and branches of affiliates in Australia, Canada, and the Philippines. Several Latin American countries, members engage in political, organised fundraising, cultural events, blah, blah, blah. So,
Interesting.
Strange.
See. Trying to find out what the policies were.
Nah, but I mean, the Jewish connection, while the Institute isn't Jewish, the figure of the Friedrich Schiller was sometimes embraced by Jewish communities in Eastern Europe, as shown in studies of Yiddish literature, but this is separate from the modern Institute's identity. Mm. I don't know. Friedrich Schiller and the Eastern European Jewish imagination.
Okay, so here's what they want is separate commercial banking from speculative investment banking, protecting the former and not bailing out the latter. New Bretton Woods advocates the abandonment of floating exchange rates and the return to Bretton Woods style fixed rates with gold or an equivalent gold reserve system.
Well, the Bretton Woods system is what the IMF runs on, and the IMF robs anybody that borrows money off of them. It takes all the country's assets away.
Okay. Espouses the American system of infrastructure projects, a regulated banking system, and tariffs, named for the historical American system of Henry Clay, but owing more to the ideas of expansive American school. Eurasian Land Bridge lectures, writes on behalf of the Eurasian Land Bridge, massive high-speed railway project, expands continents and reinvigorate industrial commerce. Scientific pitch argues that favor of calling in classical music a 432 hertz, which as opposed to the common practice today of 440. That's pretty cool. Mars colonization, okay. Recommends colonization of the planet Mars on simple basis, as many others in the field. That human activity depends on territorial diversification, okay. Strategic defense initiatives. Fusion Energy Foundation. So we got, okay, so that's about it. That's what they believe in, apparently. I don't know, some of that sounded good.
Hello, Mr. Dunser. confused, you will be. Just strange, isn't it?
Lyndon LaRouche. Okay. Never heard of Lyndon LaRouche before.
What about the new Zionist frontier?
No, that's a new one. Should we donate to them?
Yeah.
Well, maybe their frontier is somewhere else. Where is their new frontier?
I don't know, but that's Mealy. Who's the bloke next to him?
I don't know. He got a little hat on.
He's got the little golden boat on.
Yeah, maybe they go have a frontier in South America.
Yeah. Perhaps we'll find out. DD geopolit. Oh, I can't even speak, man. Geopolitics.
This is what countries
Can you hear it?
Yep.
Yeah.
will have to do in order to get into them. Move.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So they're called DD geopolitics.
They're going to try to move Jerusalem.
Yeah.
This is what countries will have to do in order to get into them. Move all their embassies to Jerusalem. Argentina will move in the spring. It's the 8th nation to do so.
Hey?
Oh, I thought this was going to be totally different.
So you got to move all your agencies to blah blah blah. Yeah.
Yeah. Going to blow everything else up.
Hey?
They're going to blow everything else up.
Yeah. You know, more and more. You know, when I said they want one world government and they want it based in Jerusalem.
Yeah.
And every day, the more you hear about all these different countries moving their to Jerusalem, it's happening, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's happening.
Trump did it.
Yeah, one world government in Jerusalem.
Yeah, Trump did it first, didn't he?
Yeah, we made it the capital as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
That was Anderson's dying wish, wasn't it? To build the Parliament building in Jerusalem, to make Jerusalem the capital. Rothschilds put all the money up.
Well, they own Jerusalem, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah, all the roads are named after Rothschilds, aren't they?
Huh?
Rothschild Street and all that lot.
I thought they bought it up back in the 20s.
Yeah, they did. Well, no, they bought it earlier than that because they owned it. Persian Empire, didn't they? Ottoman Empire, sorry. I don't know whether they bought it off France or not. I can't remember. My brain can't compute back that far again now.
Oh, yeah, before the first.
Which is why in 1917 they offered up Palestine, wasn't it? And they wrote the Balfour Declaration to Rothschild, didn't they?
Yep.
Right. See what else I got to say.
Label Hamas and Hezbollah as terrorist organizations. They will have to promise to flip in the UN and the OAS votes and start to vote with Israel. They will have to agree to intelligence sharing against China and Iran influence in Venezuela, Cuba, and Bolivia. They will be required to build a pro-US regional bloc to counter BRICS. Then they have said with Europe turning hostile to Israel post-Gaza, we are now shifting towards the global south.
Oh my God.
This is sounding quite interesting. It sounds something like I've been saying all along.
I think BRICS is going to win.
Right?
I think BRICS is going to win out. Monetary.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think there's any stopping that.
No, I don't think anything will stop
it.
it.
2/3 of the world now, right?
Yeah.
No.
Every day there's more countries asking to join.
Yeah. So I don't see how we can avoid that. That's just expanding.
Well,
over 2/3 of the world's economics now, so you haven't got enough left to compete.
No. And we can't join it.
Yep.
Accords. They are laughing at us, you guys.
What's that? Was that about the Isaac Accords? Was that?
The Isaac Accords. They are laughing at us, you guys. First, we've got the Abraham Accords. Now we've got the Isaac Accords.
You have the sun, right?
Before we dive into the geopolitics, can you give them our biblical a little bit of biblical context? We did it in the space.
Jacob and Israel.
Your background.
All right.
And they'll do Jacob Accords and the Israel Accords.
Yeah. Mad. Well, I think it was Mealy who come up with the Isaac Accords, wasn't it?
All right, so we have Abraham, considered to be the father of the monotheistic tradition, specifically the Abrahamic faith, Christianity, Islam, Judaism. And he has this famous sequence where he's going up and, God has sort of tested him, said, will you sacrifice your son? Said, I'm ready to sacrifice, right? And so we have this whole scene, and we have also the sacrifice, and then we have the salvation that comes from that, right? Where instead God says, okay, you love me enough. I know you're gonna put the dagger in and burn him or whatever. Please don't stop. Time out. You're one of mine, right? But the deeper thing is the line of descendants and how people claim lineage to Abraham, right? So we have on one side, we have Islam, who claims lineage to Abraham through who? Do you remember?
Ismail?
Yes, Ishmael. Okay.
Ishmael.
Sarah. Ahlan. You're getting an A in biblical studies class. So we have Ishmael, and then we have the Jews who descend from which other son?
Isaac.
Aha, there we go. So it's a very interesting. See, the Abraham Accords, I like the name because it also includes Muslims in that. The Isaac Accords cuts the other way and actually doesn't include Islam as a branch necessarily. Because if you read it that way, like when I hear Isaac Accords, I'm like, oh, that's done strategically because now they're trying to bifurcate the whole thing. Actually, we're also in a different direction here. So I think that the name is very interesting.
There's the story. Doesn't Isaac sell his birthright? Doesn't somebody sell their birthright? Or I don't remember.
The stories about Isaac's life also are quite interesting.
That's Jacob. No, Isaac does, yeah. Isaac sells it to Jacob, doesn't he? And Jacob becomes Israel.
Something like that, yeah.
Honda Accord, yeah.
Or he steals it from him, kind of pretends he's his brother or something. So one brother was hairy and the other one wasn't.
Yeah.
And skins on his arms and his father was blind, so he said, "Come here."
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Father's birthright. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, because one was a red baby and one was a white baby. One was born as a slave and one was born as a wife, wasn't it?
I think the more interesting part, because this is related specifically with peace and with the broader context of what happened in Gaza, right? The genocide, ecocide, everything that happened in Gaza, is that this is much more, I would say, antagonistic towards the other branch, towards Islam, but towards the other branch of Abraham. And it's kind of playing on that. If you read it that way, it can play on it very much. And that's why when I first heard it, I was like, oh, that was a strategic move. Somebody really thought about that one.
So let's get into it a little bit. So we have this Isaac Accords. It's a new initiative quietly launched this year. It's getting like zero attention. I think we've covered it, the Cradle and then maybe Jerusalem Post. It's the Isaac Accords, a project designed to formalize a political, economic, and security bloc between Israel and Latin America. It was created through a new US-based nonprofit called the American Friends of Isaac Accords, which I thought was interesting that its acronym is AFOIA. FOIA. Very interesting. They're always doing stuff like that. And it's seeded with funds from the Genesis Prize Foundation. And the initiative is directly tied to this year's Genesis Prize laureate. Now, what you guys are like, what the hell is the Genesis Prize? Well, the Genesis Prize is, quote, the most prestigious prize, the most prestigious award in the Jewish world. See, if you guys remember, the Nobel Prizes were all won by Jews because they used to have a special voting system. And when the Nobel Committee changed that voting system, they created the Genesis Awards because they really.
I'm thinking Europe should reject all Middle Eastern Abrahamic religions and go back to Celtic tribes and yes, I agree.
Yeah, they're too polluted.
Looking at the what's coming up on the screen, you've got the what's it called displaying, and they got the logo, and they must have a YouTube channel because that's obviously streaming on YouTube, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's streaming through StreamYard.
Well, it could be something else. Could be to X or something else as well.
No, I've got it from X.
Okay.
But it's like if I click the bar up the top, show comments on stage, the comments come up exactly like they've got comments on that. So it's DD Geopolitics. I have to look it up on YouTube. They're quite funny there, aren't they? I quite like them.
Yeah.
I hate that where the world is like this. So the Genesis Awards are really given to Jews or people that are helping Jews and making a difference in sort of Jewish. Time magazine calls it the Jewish Nobel Prize. These are their words. I'm not coming. This is not me. Okay. So who won this year's Genesis? Interesting name, right? The Genesis Prize.
The Genesis Prize. That's it.
Who won it this year? There he is. There.
Yeah, Mealy won it.
Here's their channel on YouTube.
That's some weird trophy, isn't it? All right.
Just make up your own competition, right?
Yeah.
Probably exclusively for Jewish people, and that way they can pat themselves on the back with something they maybe found or took from somebody else, or maybe even they made their own advancements. I don't know.
Yeah. But how did Mealy win it? I mean, he's bankrupted Argentina, hasn't he? He completely bankrupted. He's borrowing money off Trump, and now and like when he won the election, he was riding down in a pickup with massive great Israeli flags on it, all driving around all Argentina, wasn't he?
Oh yeah, I remember you showed that. Yeah. With nobody cheering for that for some reason.
Yeah. Right. Well, let it play a bit more. Oh, what have I done?
There he is. There he is. There's
Posted their YouTube channel in the back chat.
Psycho.
Hey?
I put their YouTube channel in the back chat.
All right. Okay.
Path, right? So he wins it this year.
He's a great economist, didn't you know?
Yeah, fantastic. Anyway, so the Isaac Accords are described by Israel's UN ambassador Danny Danon as a way to counter regional hostility toward the Jewish state and pull undecided Latin American countries into Israel's orbit. Keep that in the back of your mind. Who is the most hostile to the Jewish state?
Say again?
I don't know if this is it. They don't post very often.
Right.
Oh, okay. No, they do lives.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, they do a lot of lives. All right.
In South America. Keep that in the back of your mind as we continue to talk about this. The AFOIA itself was also founded with the Genesis Prize Foundation. And we'll go into a little bit of that. That was founded by a group of Russian Israeli. I hate when they say Russian Israeli. Soviet Israeli. would rather say, or I don't know, Russian speaking Israeli billionaires. Friedman, Avin, Khan, Polovets, and Nasser, and historically tied to both the Israeli government and diaspora political networks. Now, this year, the Isaac Accords is a new thing. And so they're making it so the Genesis Prize awardee will then give their prize, which is $1 million, to the Isaac Accords. So it's a nice little money laundering scheme. So Millet gets his prize money and then turns it around and says, I am going to reinvest this back into the cause. Here's a clip of his acceptance speech.
Israel es un ejemplo radical de todos estos valores que hicieron a Occidente grande, porque en su fundación era poco más que un desierto, y en tan solo
Too little more than a desert. What are you going on about, man?
With a bunch of people living there.
Yeah, with a railway track, Haifa, Jaffa. Oh, God. Producing oranges, producing olives. Jeez. Okay.
Just a fucking wasteland.
Yeah. That's like Tommy Robinson going to that village and the villagers going there and then the settlers going, there was nothing here when we moved in.
Yeah.
But no, it was a whole fucking village and Israel squashed it.
Yeah, it must suck to be there with all that moisture coming off that sea beside you in the form every night, you know?
Yeah. I got a really good documentary that I shared in Discord about 2 years ago. And it's all the places from 1948 onwards that were bombed, and then they planted forests.
Yeah.
To cover it all up. It's a really good video. I have to find it again.
80 años fue convertido gracias al trabajo incansable de sus ciudadanos en un oasis de prosperidad y crecimiento. Por eso, apoyar a Israel es necesario para nuestro país, porque significa apoyar los valores que hace 100 años nos hicieron grandes, pero que abandonamos y por abandonarnos nos hundimos.
They supplied you with weapons to fight the UK.
Yeah.
They supplied all the weapons to fight against the UK. And UK are backing Israel. You know, what a kick in the guts for the fucking British military. Now they went to Goose Green and got fucking obliterated by fucking Israeli weapons.
Yeah. Well, where'd the Israeli get their weapons from? They do have some manufacturing.
Yeah.
En la miseria.
Be right back.
Right on.
Es así que hoy más que nunca tenemos que redoblar nuestro compromiso con el bien y la verdad, tanto dentro como fuera del país, Hoy más que nunca es nuestro deber moral defender la verdad de estos valores judeocristianos, porque sin lugar a dudas...
Well, I was a Judeo-Christian.
En ese compromiso férreo con el bien, sin importar las críticas, el que le muestra al mundo que hoy somos un país mejor. Y esto es también algo necesario para...
A better country. You've completely bankrupted your country. You borrowed money twice. Is it?
Hacer a la Argentina grande nuevamente. Muchas gracias a todos por su atención. Que Dios lo bendiga y que la fuerza del cielo nos acompañen. I'm Israel High.
I'm Israel High.
They're all high in Israel because they're all on drugs.
Jesus, like seriously, it's everybody's making things great again. He is the new tropical Trump. If you guys don't remember, Bolsonaro was our old tropical Trump, who, by the way, last week tried to cut his ankle bracelet off with a soldering iron and escaped to the United States. He's back in prison. Like, you really can't make it's a telenovela down there. It's not even, I mean, we're laughing, but Jesus, it's not even funny. So anyway, back to this Genesis Prize thing. It was launched. Here we go. Here's the homepage. There she is. There she is. There she is. Miss
Wonder Woman.
This Israeli actress, Wonder Woman. Anyway, it was. We told you guys it was founded by 5 Jewish philanthropists back in 2013. The idea itself was created in 2012 with the help of none other than Eli Wiesel, who we all know now as complete fabricationist and fantasist. Every year they give $1 million to their prize money. It is a distinguished committee of Jewish leaders, philanthropists, and figures. Evaluates nominees based on professional excellence, Jewish engagement, and societal impact. Ceremony is held in Jerusalem. As of November 2025, every laureate has donated the full prize money to charitable causes. And like I said, from now on, it will most likely be donated to the Isaac Accords or something similar. Some noted laureates include Natalie Portman, of course, because where would we be without Natalie Portman?
Oh, yeah.
Robert Kraft, Millet. Oh, look at this. Israeli organizations and activists. And look at this one. Jewish activists and NGOs supporting Ukraine. But
So basically, it's a money laundering scheme. Dr. Albert Ball alert, he got it. He got it for the jibby jabby, I suppose. But he never took it himself. Barbara Streisand won it.
I digress about the prize.
Interesting.
Little bit, yep. A little blurb here. The mission of the Genesis Prize is to foster Jewish identity, inspire Jewish pride, and strengthen the bond between Israel and the diaspora. Keep all these things in the back of your mind as we continue to talk about this.
Tommy Robinson's going to win it next year then. Tommy Robinson and Mayor Tusi, they'll share it.
Impact is the other place I wanted to take you guys really quickly. Under the Israel Latin American one is where you'll find more information about what's going on with the Isaac Accords right over here, down here, and then they have tons of links to what's going on. Yalla Israel, you can't make it up. Oh, Stand With Us is down there too. Some of you guys might be familiar with that. Here's the other one, Supporting Ukraine. There she is.
There she is.
There she is. Look at all the stuff they do in Ukraine. Access Israel, Blue Check Ukraine. Here's the one where they propagandize children through trauma therapy. They're all over the place. Hillel International, Israel Aid. I guess that's like USAID. I don't know. Like it's just on and on and on. And there's Barbara Streisand. Papa, can you hear me? It's like.
World Jewish Relief, based in the UK. World Jewish Relief and its local partners are delivering humanitarian assistance in 215 towns across the Ukraine and providing language and employment training for internally displaced. And then I can't read it because the thing's in the way. Yeah, that's right, Blunt.
it's insane. So please, guys, please help me push back against the conspiracy theories. I just wanted to show you that as well while we continue to go through this Genesis prize. Core pillars of the Isaac Accords. This is what countries will have to do in order to get into them. Move all their embassies to Jerusalem. Argentina will move theirs in the spring. It's the 8th nation to do so. They will have to label Hamas and Hezbollah as terrorist organizations. They will have to promise to flip in the UN and the OAS votes and start to vote with Israel. Latin America has historically voted 70% against Israel on Palestinian resolutions. They will be required to invest in agri-tech, water tech, and innovation trade. If you guys know anything, Israel is very big on buying agricultural and water rights in countries around the world. They own part of the water rights in countries like El Salvador and other places. Promote, this is important, promote.
And America, don't forget the fires, wasn't it? There were fires and they'd never had no water. Because the Jewish family controlled the water rights, didn't it? They had no water in the reservoir to pump the water to put the fires out.
Student youth exchanges and anti-Semitism education programs. Joint anti-terrorism pacts. They will have to agree to intelligence sharing against China and Iran influence in Venezuela, Cuba, and Bolivia. They will be required to build a pro-U.S. regional bloc to counter BRICS and strengthen U.S. allies in the global south as traditional Western support for Israel has been eroding, right? They're giving up on Europe. They are pivoting. You guys have to pay attention to this stuff. This rollout this year, obviously, Argentina is the first member. He is the rollout pioneer. The target countries for this year are Uruguay, Panama, which the United States has already taken care of, but trying to kick China out, and Costa Rica, where projects are already underway. Next year, this is also ties right back into a bow. We have Brazil, Chile, hopefully Colombia, because they're interfering with the election there, and El Salvador, right? Then they have on their official watch list Paraguay, Guatemala.
Well, Trump's going after Colombia anyway, isn't he? So that'll be a regime change. I think kaboom, they'll be in there, won't they?
And Honduras.
Oh
You guys
my
see what
God.
the play is here? You guys see what's going on? You guys see why there's a carrier strike group off the coast of Venezuela and it ain't for fentanyl?
Oh, it's definitely not for fentanyl. If it was for fentanyl, they had to just go to Langley, go down the street.
So the Isaac Accords was officially launched.
You want fentanyl, just go down to Langley.
In Buenos Aires, and there's a melee with Gideon Sarr, and so that's where we're at. We have the Isaac Accords. Running the American Friends of the Isaac Accords is Ambassador Fitz Haney. He's the former U.S. ambassador to Costa Rica. He's worked for Citibank, Procter & Gamble, Pepsi, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They are officially tracking 3 indicators of success: public opinion shifts. They will be measuring pro-Israel attitudes via polling and social analytics, cultural and economic exchange by flights, student programs, and economic deals, and political realignment by voting in the UN and OAS, new embassies, and terrorism designation. And they have said with Europe turning hostile to Israel post-Gaza, we are now shifting towards the globe.
So they're trying to take over the United Nations, but the United Nations ain't worth the paper it's printed on anyway. Or the ink that is printed on the paper. United Nations are bloody hopeless. Aren't they?
Yep.
South.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I want to stress to our viewers, we approached the Venezuelan war. I approached it from a non-Zionist motivation angle, and I was really just focused on Trump and America and the oil and the BRICS and China. And now it's this, and I'm like, I hate it. I hate this so much. This is written by Jared Kushner because it's a carbon copy of the Abraham Accords.
Jared Kushner wrote it.
Adapted for Latin.
Netanyahu's bum boy. When Netanyahu comes to America, he sleeps in my bed.
America. So this is not being done without Trump's knowledge.
I did a video in Venezuela this summer when I was there, and I went to the fortress, the citadel at the top of the hill where Hugo Chavez is buried. And you know what is prominently behind his coffin next to the Venezuelan flag? The Palestinian flag. The flags at Hugo Chavez's coffin at his mausoleum are the Venezuelan flag and the Palestinian flag. I want you to know that and remember that. Venezuela is supporting Palestine. Venezuela supported Syria under Assad, supported Hezbollah, supported Iran, supported the resistance, and supports Palestine from day one till now. Just remember that when you see potentially jets flying over Caracas and bombing presidential palace at Miraflores and things like that, just remember that Maduro never once waved the Israeli flag, but every time waved the Palestinian flag and had the keffiyeh around his neck. Just remember that, because that is part of the equation here, no doubt about it.
What did Machado say? One of her first things would be to open it up to privatization and move the embassy. And they're all saying the same thing. You come to us, Habibi.
Yeah, that's what that woman is that they wanted to install in it, the Nobel Prize winner. I'm going to move the Venezuelan embassy to Jerusalem.
You won't need Saudi Arabia anymore. It's very, very scary. This needs to be taken seriously. So I guess it's time for our once in a while tinfoil hat segment. Oh. I was in a space yesterday. A very kind woman named Donna came to me and started saying, "Have you heard of this organization called Kulanu?" And I was like, "No, I don't know." You know, these little organizations, I don't really pay them a whole lot of mind. But I did. I looked into this one and I said, "Oh, wow, this is interesting." So here is Kulanu. They are a organization that goes and finds hidden Jewish communities inside of South America. Really wild stuff. He is Hebrew for all of us. It was founded in 1994 after the Ethiopian airlifts. Its mission is to identify, support, and sometimes convert emerging, isolated, and returning Jewish communities around the world, mostly deep inside of South America. Their focus in the region is, quote, this is them saying it, crypto Jews, descendants of Sephardic Jews who fled the Inquisition in 1492 and kept Jewish traditions in secret for centuries, from remote Peruvian tribes to underground Brazilian shoals. Kulanu is now handing out grants. They obviously are a legal nonprofit. They're ran by Jack and Diane Zeller. And I went through and I obviously looked into their operations. They have things in Brazil, Suriname, Peru, Colombia, Puerto Rico, where they are finding. So for instance, in Brazil, they gave $80,000 to some weird Orthodox group to facilitate conversions. In Peru, they've created an Incan Sephardic crypto-Jewish community.
Yes. I know about this because there's a Peruvian family that went over to Tunis.
Correct. So I was like, okay, this is very small. So I was like, this can't be that major. Are there other organizations like this? There are hundreds that are working inside of South America to convince tribal people that they're Jewish, to teach people about Jewish ancestry. There's one called Jutina, which is a new nonprofit.
Jutina.
The Asians did that a little while ago too, eh? They told the South Americans they were teaching them that they were from Asia.
Right.
Yeah. They look very much like Asian people, so that's because they came from China.
Good.
Profit focused on cultivating and celebrating Latin Jewish identity. There's a Society for Crypto-Judaic Studies. There's a group called Shavei Israel, which calls itself an organization to locate individuals and groups who are the lost Jews. It's crazy. It's so nuts. I really I don't want to get too deep into it, but this is wild, guys. I don't. Like, it's just, it's wild. Guys, go through this stuff and see what's really going on.
I don't even know what to think anymore about. Like, this stuff is definitely, without a doubt, on one side, soft power of the Zionist project. On the other side, totally and without question, part of Mossad intelligence, networking, gathering, and operations. No doubt in my mind that they are extending their networks into all of these areas around the
and you
world.
know, the cherry on, or the icing on this horrible cake is that every single one said, we don't operate in Venezuela because it's too hostile.
Maybe that's why Daddy Trump has to go in with B2.
But Soto holding it down. Can he let the NGOs in?
I'm just, listen, you have to think about it this way. The Zionists, forget about Judaism as a religion because they're great. I don't have a problem with them, whatever. I'm not, anti-Semitic in any sense of the term. But I want to say that the Zionist project has always been at the forefront about ensuring their power and survival. And
Vincent Vega needed to listen to that quote, didn't he?
Yeah.
He really don't get the definition, does he? He reads Wikipedia or reads Google AI and just takes that as the definition.
Of what? A Jew?
Of Zionism.
Oh. Yeah.
Whereas I said the Zionists completely hate the Jews anyway. And the Jews hate the Zionists.
Yeah. At least any educated Jew.
Eh?
At least any educated Jew.
Nah.
that they have, of course, infiltrated Jewish communities, and they have located semi-Jewish, kind of messianic, all this kind of, even like borderline like evangelicals who like the Old Testament. They've identified these communities and they've tried to build and expand their influence within them. So much so that in my travels in Latin America, sometimes I'll see a random restaurant with an Israeli flag and I'm like, are they Jewish? And they're like, no, they're evangelical Christian.
Yes. See, that's another thing. We were talking about this yesterday. Brazil is being completely subverted by evangelicals that are Zionists. So that's another method that they're using.
Well, remember that video I played of those evangelicals? And they went to Israel to give the check, and all the settlers were spitting on them, attacking them, telling them to get out of the country. And the poor buggers in their own country, they lived in the poorest little village with shanty town houses, and all the kids were all putting in their own pocket money and everything else.
Yeah.
And these ungrateful bastards were spitting on them when they turned up to give them their check.
Yeah.
I'm telling them to get out of Israel.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
They don't give a fuck.
No.
Did they
And you got that stupid minister. Oh, it was just crazy. It was just like, wow, just wow, you know. All the little kids were taking their pocket money in, weren't they?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So Protestantism, a lot of these much more extreme kind of evangelical or charismatic or Pentecostal kind of Christians, they are totally about Israel.
Well, the hell was a Pentecostal?
Yeah, I was in the United Church. They were pro-Israel.
Right.
Yeah, and that was for some reason that was an easy segue in Brazil. They converted those Catholics very easily over to Protestantism, more so than a lot of the other South American countries. But Brazil is very much not needing any of these sort of Zionist programs because they're just going to go after Lula next election, and all of these evangelicals are there.
Of course, and for Orthodox Christian, by far the most inoculated to this kind of garbage about Israel are the Orthodox Christians, because Orthodox Christianity has one of the, so if you have the Pentarchy, which are the 5 ancient seats of the bishoprics, the sort of ancestral sees of Christianity: Rome, Constantinople, Antioch, Jerusalem, Alexandria. Jerusalem, the Greek Orthodox Patriarch of Jerusalem, Theophilus, his official title says, of all Palestine, not Israel, Palestine. The church is the new Israel. Israel as a political entity for the Jewish people no longer exists, cannot exist, was part of the New Testament. I will destroy the temple and remake it. That was Christ himself. The church now is the broader. It went from a very particular religious, ethno-religious group to a universalizing group, to a universal church, to a universal community, salvation for all, and all of creation. So in this way, I think about, like, now that I'm here in Russia and speaking with a lot of Orthodox Christians, they don't, what Israel? What, please? Actually, the title of Moscow throughout history has been Third Rome, Second Jerusalem. And there's a church here that's built as an exact replica of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, here in Moscow, outside of Moscow. So I just want people to...
That's good, because Israel tried to blow that church up, didn't they?
I still get ads for Save the Russian Jews. 100-year-old woman in a video that's 50 years old.
Yeah. There's somebody's written in the chat there, Ben Gurion had a passport from Palestine. Yeah, he did have a Palestine. They all did.
To think about that the different Christianities have, the different branches have their own tendencies. And for sure, the Protestants are the weak link because they have the least amount of tradition historically to ancient Christianity, and they are more biblically based, which lends much more credence to the Old Testament as a separate entity and trying to even incorporate Old Testament laws and rules, which were totally abrogated by Jesus in the New Testament, right? So I just want people to recognize that when they're thinking about this, and that's the power that the Zionists have identified in trying to propel themselves into some of these branches of Christianity to strengthen their power and to garner more support. That's huge at this point.
I like that. That was good, that was.
Yeah, I subbed the channel. Keep an eye on that. Yeah, maybe Trump will revive a home for Jews in Venezuela.
Yeah. Yes, Blunt, I agree. What's this? This is the money timeline they never taught you. For over 700 years, society used interest-free money. Every time government issued their own debt-free currency, employment increased, production grew, bankers lost control. Blah, blah, blah. Let's have a look at that.
Interest-free money that funds growth. What if I told you the entire history of money is a war between interest-free money and debt-based control? And every time that people win, the system shuts it down. This isn't opinion. This is documented history. Let's walk the timeline. 1100, 1791. Money without usury. For over 700 years, societies used tally sticks. Interest-free, wealth-based money. No central banks. No compounding debt. No inflation spiral. Money worked because it represented value, not obligation. Then everything changed in 1694. 1694, turning point. The Bank of England is created, the first privately owned fractional reserve central bank. Money is now created out of nothing, loaned at interest, and owed back with more than exists. Its founder, William Patterson, openly admitted it. The bank hath benefit of interest on all monies which it creates out of nothing. This is the birth of usury as a system. 1750, 1764. The colonies figure it out. The American colonies issue colonial scrip, interest-free money that funds growth without debt. The result? Full employment, thriving trade, no banker control. Benjamin Franklin explains it plainly. In the colonies, we issue our own money. We control its purchasing power, and we have no interest to pay to no one. So what happens next? 1764. The Currency Act. England outlaws colonial paper money. Why? Because debt makes people controllable. 1781, 1811. Private banks move in. Bank of North America, First Bank of the United States. Debt-based money replaces public money, and the warnings come fast. James Madison. History records that the money changers have used every form of abuse to maintain their control over governments by controlling money. Mayer Amschel Rothschild makes the power clear. Let me issue and control a nation's money, and I care not who makes its laws. 1793, 1863, resistance and revolution. Thomas Jefferson warns, banking institutions are more dangerous than standing armies. Andrew Jackson goes to war with the banks. You are a den of vipers and thieves, and by the eternal God, I will rout you out. He kills the central bank, and for a moment, the people regain control. 1862, 1865, debt-free money returns. During the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln issues greenbacks, debt-free U.S. Treasury money. $450 million issued, no interest, no banker permission. Lincoln states money will cease to be master and become the servant of humanity. The financial press reacts instantly. If this mischievous financial policy becomes permanent, the government will be without debt. That government must be destroyed. Lincoln is assassinated.
Yeah, he got assassinated, didn't he?
1913, the final lock-in. The Federal Reserve Act is passed. A privately controlled central bank gains. Exclusive money creation power, interest-bearing currency, permanent national debt. Congressman Charles Lindbergh Sr. calls it the worst legislative crime of the ages. 1916, 1944, the system admits it. Woodrow Wilson confesses, our system of credit is concentrated. We are no longer a government by free opinion. Thomas Edison exposes the scam. If our nation can issue a dollar bond, it can issue a dollar bill. One helps the people, the other fattens the usurers. 1944, 1971, global debt empire. Bretton Woods, IMF, World Bank, BIS, the central bank of central banks. Then 1971, Richard Nixon ends gold convertibility. Money becomes unbacked, debt-based, infinite. From this moment on, every dollar is born owing interest. The big picture. Every era that used interest-free money, public issuance, real value produced prosperity. Every era that shifted to private money creation, fractional reserves, compounding interest produced debt, inequality, and control. That's not coincidence. That's usury by design. Call to action. If this timeline shook you, share this with someone who still thinks inflation is normal. Comment assets and I'll give you the links to start saving in physical silver and gold. Because history already showed us the truth. Who controls money controls the future.
Skipped over places.
Yeah. They never mentioned the Titanic. Never mentioned JFK.
Saddam Hussein.
Yeah.
Most recently, Russia, eh?
Mm.
Well, you said there was another country kicked him out too recently, wasn't it?
What's he called? Well, they killed him, didn't they? What the hell was he called? Not Cuba.
It was some South American country, I think.
Yeah, it was South American. They said he was a drug lord. He was the one that gave all the money to the people. Castro.
Oh.
Trudeau's dad.
Yeah, his mom was a known slut.
Mm. Oh. No. I think it's time to chillax.
All right. Yeah, it's going to be.
Could be.
Okay. Midnight.
Midnight? No, 5 to 1.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 5 to 1. Hmm.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens with Venezuela.
Yeah.
Might be my future. Who knows?
Yeah. I haven't seen anything kick off in Iran yet.
No. Suppose he's got more agitators going over there.
Yeah, they've got a few groups of rioters all over the place now. There's about 50 different places they've been doing these silly little riots.
Yeah.
Mm.
Are they armed?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Guns, knives, grenades, Molotov cocktails.
Yeah, that's peacefully protesting, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they found a few bomb making factories, detonators and powders and
yeah,
and making improvised grenades. Right. The other day somebody punched one of the people that had one, and they went over and then it blew up in his hand, blew his hand off.
Oh jeez.
Yeah. Now I put a picture up of it yesterday.
Yeah. Just reminded me of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, that sucks.
Mm.
All right, I'll let you go and have a good night, all.
Yeah, all right, mate.
Yeah, Mac.
Yeah, have a good one, Max.
Oh, night, Smiler. Night, chat.
Aye, I shall catch you all on the flip side.
See you all later.
Yeah, see what tomorrow brings, eh? See what tomorrow brings. I hope so, Blunt. No, take it easy, people. Thanks for tuning in.